Well, hello. What
Oh my dogness. What the hecky?
what a fortuitous morning slash afternoon slash evening. For everyone to be around. Hello. It has been a while. Hello and welcome everyone who's there hanging out. Bad Aim Raccoon, Regis, Red Laurent, Draco as well. Thank you for the subscription, by the way. And Red, thanks for following. Nice to see you around. Also, hello Cobalt. So many friends. Is the microphone volume alright? Can you guys hear me clearly? Is the music not drowning me out? Or vice versa? I would hope not. Alright. Sound is good, which is always good news. Great news. Amazing news even. Well, I have not done this in forever, so I have completely forgotten how this goes. To those of you joining, hello, my name is Douglas and welcome. It has been a hot minute since I last streamed any manner of art. But lo and behold, here I am, doing art shenanigans once again. What you see on the screen right now is a I wanna say sketch, and some of you might be very angry with me if I call this a sketch, but it kinda is. Because I've been rushing. I plan to fully finish this by touching up here and there things, because it's not amazing. Amazingly finished is what I meant to say. But yeah, it's a thing. Anyway, it's the title card for We Got Another Year. And you might be thinking, what is We Got Another Year? It's a visual novel that I've been making for the past nearly a couple months. And it needs a title card. And after the title card is going to... Well, we need so many art, and I'll be spending the next 3 days arting non-stop. Thankfully, I got to stream today some art. Maybe I'll be able to stream tomorrow and Friday, I don't know. Hopefully. Probably not. Streaming is exhausting, but we will see where it goes. J-Jack the Dog, hello and welcome. Thank you for the follow. Also, Inferno Blade 999, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good one. Also, hello there, Utsad. Welcome. Hope you're all doing fine in this lovely day of the weddings. So, I thought of announcing everywhere else, but I've already announced the stream enough as it is in many places, by which I mean Twitter, and that's it. If you didn't see it on Twitter, I don't know what to tell you. You probably won't be seeing it anywhere else I post. Unless I actually post it on a FA, so I'm gonna do that real quick. Hope you don't mind waiting for just a hot minute. By the way, this is so impromptu that I have not given none of this any thought whatsoever. So, do forgive me if I'm super scatterbrained. That is my default way of being, as it is, but today is even worse because there's expectation going on. Art stream. Making VNR portraits. Come watch me at Twitch. Link. I am doing a visual novel game, and I am illustrating and animating character portraits. Come watch me live as I work on them. Smiley face. There we go. Now people on FA can see it as well. If that doesn't bring people in, nothing else will. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Also, hello there, MacBrio TV. It's been a while since I last seen you, Marcus. Welcome. And hello there, J Hits. Yes, I am doing a visual novel now. Have been doing for a while. It's sort of a not widely announced thing because in case it tanked and I decided to not do it anymore, I could simply just let it die quietly in the corner instead of being this thing that I announced to everyone that hey, I'm doing this thing, but then I suddenly stopped doing the thing, and then all that expectation is like, oh dang it, it turns into frustration and disappointment. Okay, without further ado, let's move on I guess I could start talking a little bit about this VN. So, you might recognize Matthew from from the Golden Week, but you might also recognize Horseboy from the end of the Golden Week. This visual novel is all about him, Roberto, the Horseboy. As those of you who have read the comic, spoiler alert, know, at the end the two of them get together. But how they get together is a blank canvas that has not been explored in the comic or any other media have done thus far. And I guess that a visual novel is a great way to explore this story and also test the waters to see how good I am at making visual novels and how excited people are to be playing visual novels I make. And then there's Theodore in the background because every story needs a villain, and I guess why not? I was actually going to put all the other characters here on the sides, like Rob's friends and Matthew's friend, and that was going to be 4 extra characters to put in here. It was tricky to find space, and I don't have that much time. Didn't have that much time to do this art, which I've done in 2 hours before this stream began, so yeah, it's thus far as only the 3 of them. But anyway, it might change, such as the nature of things. Anyway, this is my expression chart. As it happens, this visual novel has character portraits, all of them. Every character has some emotions that they cycle through, and I have been drawing all those portraits and animating the heck out of them. That's not fun to do, but I did. And I've done some already, so Rob, Carl, Lee, and JJ, all of their expressions have been done already, so that's amazing. There are other characters like Jane, Edward, Matthew, and the coach, Levesque, that I have done the neutral expression, but I have not done the others. I have sketched them, hence why it has a white circle, but I have not finished them, so that's what we're gonna be doing today. I thought it was gonna be better to just sketch them out ahead of time, so I could just focus on finishing them instead of sketching and then finishing, sketching, finishing. It's always good to do things in big chunks. And also, J Hits, thank you. I'm glad you did like my previous stuff. I've done a lot of previous stuff, and I'm glad it connected. And Red, oh, you have played the visual novel thus far. That is great to hear. I hope you liked it. And that you won't mind playing it again when it's actually finished. And yeah, Theodore is sort of a dad antagonist to a degree, I guess. That is kinda accurate. But who knows, maybe he's a good dad antagonist. Who knows? The future is unclear. And D'Artagnan, yes, it's not maximum Star Wars yet because it could use more characters in a V formation. Maybe that'll happen later, and everyone should be facing to the side, not anyone front facing. Who knows? And it's I do hope to write a redemption arc into this story somewhere along episodes 3 and 4 out of 5. But I'll start with the first episode, see how that goes, and if people like it and want more, then I'll proceed, and eventually Theodore will get his redemption arc. If I can make one. And super duper welcome, J-Hits. I'm glad people are willing to play through those, well, reading all of my work. I'm glad it's finding its audience. It's not super broad, but it's comfortable is what it is. And yeah, I'll try not to spoil much, but I don't think I'll be doing anything too unpredictable with this story. So it's I just don't know. I don't think it's going to be that radical of a story that it's impossible to predict. But I'll avoid talking too much about my plans for the future in case spoils happen. Though that would not be good. That would be horrible even. But even if spoils do happen, I will still try and throw in certain twists. My Doug's patented twists that everyone loves and adores so much. Or whatever I can fit them. I'll try and keep those going. And this is no new burb, actually. This is Edward from Golden Week. At the very end of the Golden Week, well, actually throughout the Golden Week, Edward, he sort of has this plan of starting up a coffee shop, which then he goes and does. And on the very end, the coffee shop sort of helps Derek, who finds himself unemployed and in need of a job, and Edward is there to supply him with a job. But even before, those of you who are patrons who have read my my concept things regarding projects I had in mind throughout the years, will have noticed that throughout the years I have thought of making another visual novel which was all about people in a bar romancing each other, because that's what people in bars do, I guess. I never been to. And the bar would be the one that Edward has in those visual novel stories. It just so happens that I never got to making those visual novel stories. But that was sort of my plan. It's like, whatever Edward is doing does not, well, it has like a minor plot point in the Golden Week itself, but it's more so like for the future. It's like, this thing that I'm doing is important, but not for this particular story. It's weird. My whole thing is a mess. My storytelling techniques is a huge mess, so don't worry about that. Also, probably no double surprise plot twists, I don't think. Just some, like, not plot twists in the way of, oh no, I could not ever foresee the story going this way, but some little twists that will make you probably think, oh, I never thought about this that way. I hope that I can make you guys think those thoughts and feel that way. Like, surprise you, per se. Not twist.
Wow, stream.
Twist the plot in an imaginable way. Also, Martin Freeman sounds very unimpressed whenever he says "wow, a stream." Hello, Meta, and thank you for the subscription. Hope you're doing fine today. I missed comments. Also, hello there, Goldworm. Hope you're having fun in this stream. It's not D&D stream today, so we shall see. Oh, and bots have been smited. I didn't even get to see the bots. But yeah, there ought to be bots all over the place, so have fun with them. Also, I don't know what you guys are talking concerning hexagons, but it sure is bot talk, I guess. And the Venn diagram, it's not quite a Venn diagram, but it's my way of keeping track of what's going on, because surprise surprise, I've never done a visual novel before, and throughout doing a visual novel I learned so much about organizing and the importance of being organized. One of the biggest lessons I learned is that well, I learned many things, but this specific one here is that it's better to write the story first and then go back to character art to see which expressions you need to illustrate, because I was going to make silly / cocky illustrations for everyone, but then as I was actually writing the story, I realized, oh, those expressions I was thinking of don't fit at all. In fact, I had to redraw a couple of, well, 3 illustrations I had done for Rob because they didn't fit the story that I was writing. So that was wasted time. But it did teach me quite a lot of the importance of being organized as far as that is concerned. And yes, the bird does has claws, talons, I believe. I don't quite know how I got around to this, but way back in 2016, when I was drawing the 6th part of the Golden Week, eventually Edward makes a surprise comeback, and thus far I have been drawing him with like wing hands, which are not quite good. But then, for 6th part, part 6 onwards, I started drawing him with hands like this. And I am not entirely sure where I got this idea from, but I probably definitely saw some art somewhere and was like, oh, that actually looks better. And then I decided to start drawing Edward like this, and it has remained ever since. Ever since, as in for the next 7 times I drew him in the comics. Afterward, he's not been showing up nearly as much. Also, I'm gonna cut off their legs because I realized I was drawing full bodies, portraits, quote-unquote portraits. But then I realized, oh no, the visual novel is actually cutting a lot of drawn content because the screen just isn't high enough to fit all of them. It used to be that it used to show them from the top of their heads all the way to their ankles, but during one of the earliest tests of the visual novel, we figured out that that's actually very bad, because their heads are too small and too far up in the screen, and it's animated. Their mouths move when they talk, and the text was too far on the bottom of the screen, so your attention between 2 moving things was divided, and it felt bad. I'm not sure what word I would use to describe this, but it felt bad. and thus I decided to approach the faces to the text, which required me to zoom them in and cut off the lower halves. So that's why I'm illustrating up to their knees, and that's about it. And yeah, talons are no joke, I imagine. No wonder people who do falconry wear those incredibly thick gloves. Not that I would know, but I imagine. Even small, like, domestic tiny birds that live in cages and such, even they have like little talons, tiny little cute talons, that are incredibly sharp, and you look at them and think, oh wow, if those were bigger, they could cause a lot of damage. And lo and behold, falcons and eagles are incredibly huge. Huge enough that they can apparently nearly carry children away, like young children. Or so a internet video would make you believe. Oh well. Also, hello there, wolf with glasses. It's been a while since I last seen you. Hope you're doing fine. So one of the things that I will be doing a lot here is, so my cycle is gonna be like this forever today, where I do the line art for the character. Afterwards, I'm going to cut away their eyes and the lower mouths into other layers, because that's what I'm going to be animating. And then I'll go through with drawing them. So you'll be seeing characters with only half features quite a lot here. And that's the tricky part of illustrating, is layer management. But if you're an artist and have been an artist for longer than a year, I would say, you're probably already very used to layer management. That shouldn't be too much of an issue for you all who are artists. And yeah, not only the talons, birds do also have incredibly hardy beaks as well. They could really ruin your day if they wanted. No wonder they scream so much, because they know how badly they can injure you, but they don't want to because they're good burbs. So they scream in frustration, thinking, ah, if only if only I could. And why aren't kobolds safe? Kobold? Yeah, I don't doubt it. Wolf with Glasses life has been keeping everyone busy. I have been the busiest I have ever been this last few months. What with drawing and whatnot. And I'm doing quite good. Hope you're doing well as well. I don't know. J-Hits, why are you a blanket burrito? Is it cold over there where you are? Over here it's the incredible final countdown before summer begins. And then we will all melt. And Wolf, you say that birds' beaks and talons are like enchanted swords. They will ruin someone's days. I do not doubt that. There are certainly many things out there in the natural world that are horrendous weapons of mass destruction. Like butterflies. And ants. Plural. Specifically. Plural ants will ruin your day. Singular ant, not so much, but ants. That's a different subject. Matter even. Suddenly, Edward's monologues becomes, oh, if only I was a dangerous sociopath with a long history of violence. Oh, if only. But nah, Edward's a good boy. Shady, shifty boy, but good nonetheless. He cares for his friendos. His one friendos. Actually, no, he does have several friendos. Not that part is ever explored in the Golden Week, but in theory, it does have many friendos. Oh no, not the horror. Oh, Doug. What are you doing? I'm overriding my default colors. And those things I can't Ctrl Z, those things are permanent. They're written into the program. So that is actually bad to fiddle with those by accident. And Wolf, you have the rest of December off, that's amazing. And December's just begun. Sounds like someone's going to spend a whole lot of time playing games. I hope your December goes alright. Fun of celebrations and festivities and rest. Particularly rest. Cobalt. I don't know that birds now canonically have magical weapons. But sure, I guess. It's only one homebrew away from happening, I guess. And Jay Hits, you say you're a Mexican husky, you're not built to feel cold, only hot weather. I don't know that that's accurate. Aren't huskies supposed to be snow doggos? Feels off. I think you're trying to fool me. Deceit. Wow. Minus 8 degrees over there in Regis. With Regis. For Regis, even. English. Come on, I can do it. That sounds cold. I have no idea what that feels like. But I hope you two find the means to become a blanket burrito in case it comes down to that. A wolf, you said you're a German wolf who lives in the Baltic coast. You're particularly made of the cold. The Baltic coast is the north, isn't it? I would imagine it is. Also, hello there, 104. Welcome. And thank you for the host. It's been so long since I last said thank you for the host. Years even. And J-Hit says ants in the natural world would be like those people who only move and are seen in groups. Oh yeah, those people, quote unquote. Whoever they are. I don't actually know who they are. But they, whoever they are, do sound frightening. Them with their gangways. Then now for the eyes and the mouth. Ah, dang it. Oh, today I'm going to test my multitasking abilities to the maximum. Because I have to read the chat and also focus on what I'm doing, and it's nearly surgery, let me tell you. Doing surgery and doing art is like practically the same thing. Except it's less bloody. But that aside, oh boy. Wolf, December is the laziest part of the year. I'm glad. That's good. J-Hit says winter is the only time of the year where I can get away with making shameful amounts of hot cocoa. Well, that is fair, yeah, I guess, I suppose. Well, for you over there in the northern hemisphere, for me, it's summer. Can't do that. It's going to be summer. Can't do that. And Utsad says Doug Tiger told me to tell you that you're a good boy. Ah. I don't know if you're watching, Tiger, if you can, but thank you. And thank you, Bun, for relaying the message. Super appreciate it. And it is Northern Europe, yes. Okay. My geography definitions have been updated. I mean, I already imagine it would be northern, north part of the country, for, well, for the reason that there's no other part of that country that is surrounded by sea. So it's an easy assumption to make if you know a thing or two about geography. But now I know it for sure, which is where the magic of knowledge lies. And when a force says you've missed my art stream so whoa much. Ah. Well, I could say something nice, but I'm gonna say don't get used to it. Punk. This might be the last time it happens. Actually, I've been busy with this whole visual novel thing I've been doing. It's more time consuming than I thought it would be, and seemingly endless. Or has the potential to be endless. Thus far it has been. Which is an incredibly weird change of pace for me, because thus far I've been used to doing comics where I make a page and then post it at the end of the week, and that's it. For until the next time, that's it. I just make a page, post it, and that's it for that week. Next week I do the same thing again. But with this visual novel thing, it's like, I've been working on this thing for a week. It's closer to being done, but it's not there yet. And then you keep doing that, and you keep working on it, but you're closer to having something to show, but not quite. And it takes time to get to a point where, oh, it's finished, I can show this to people now. And it's not like a few days of work like with the comics. It's like a lot of time of work. Which, of course, it makes sense. But then again, it's been a wild change of pace for me that I was not expecting. Well, I was sort of expecting, but one thing is to expect and another thing is to leave the darn thing. And Cobalt says he does have a nice speaking voice and he has a new mic, so he sounds even better. That I do. That I have. Also, Ernie Mesh says boa tarde. Boa tarde pra você também, Ernie. Seja bem-vindo. Ou bem-vinda. And Inferno says Doug is awesome. Why, thank you. I disagree though. I think that you're the one who's awesome, but... well, I guess we will have to agree to disagree. And Bad Aim Raccoon says, I hope he continues doing art shenanigans on Twitch. Well, yeah. I mean, hope is the last thing we have, so... let's hope it keeps on going. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, maybe, hopefully, I'll be doing this for this week, because I have a lot of art to do. I have character portraits, backgrounds even. Imagine the audacity making backgrounds. Finish fixing the title card. There's a lot of work to do, art-wise, which I don't think I'll be done with in the day, but I can hope as well. And Bad Aim Raccoon says, but there's this lovely Twitch thingy here, maybe you can do your VN stuff here. I could, but I'm also incredibly aware that it's awfully boring. The non-artsy part of doing it, because it's me staring at a screen with text, as in written story, where I'm just pondering like, where do I take the story from here? And just staring at the screen and then writing. And that's the kind of work that I actually need to think. I can't just idly draw while I'm making commentary or and whatnot. Writing and programming is a part of the visual novel making that I really need to pay attention or be quiet for incredibly long stretches of time, during which you guys might be like, is Doug there? Is Doug muted? What's going on with Doug? We don't know. He's quiet. Maybe he's lost his mind. What has become of Doug? So I personally think it would be incredibly boring. And also, I've never done it before. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll be the most awesome thing ever. But then again, there's also the part where I never done a visual novel before. I have no idea how to do a visual novel, and for the longest time when I was doing it, I was mostly just googling things and being like, how do I do this code shenanigan even? And copying code from the internet and switching back from now I'm gonna write 3 lines of code. Now I'm gonna spend 1 hour drawing this portrait to test this line of code I put in. And now I'm gonna look through royalty-free music library to find royalty-free music to put in the project. Now I'm gonna start making this documentation to have stuff to post on the Patrons later. It's just very hectic the way I've been working on it. It's like, it would be interesting if it was recorded and then edited into the nicest, most interesting bits. But seeing the whole raw thing, I don't know. I particularly think you guys would be like, well, it's been fun, but I guess I have other stuff to do. But that's just me. I personally, I don't know if I would sit around for 4 hours or however long watching someone trying to figure out how to make someone blink with Python code. But maybe not. Maybe some people would actually, who are trying to get started into this whole shenanigan that is making visual novels, they would probably find that inspiring and educational to be like, so that's how you do play. So who knows? Who knows even? And yeah, Bunny said, someone, I missed you, Doug. And Doug, don't get used to it, you punk. I used to throw around things like that a lot back when I was streaming, which I don't know if you got to see, but oh boy. Things would get like pretend, sassy, high levels of that very oftenly in here. It's fun though. Was fun. And it's making you think of Apollo in Ace Attorney. I don't know. Doesn't quite rings me as Apollo, but maybe, who knows. Also, Polar Plays, hello and welcome. Thank you for whatever it is that you just did. Follow a host, I don't know, but thank you. I missed the notification. Amanda says everyone here is awesome except for the bots. That is true. Bots lack the basic quality A needs to be awesome, which is to be a human. Oh, Apollo in Animal Crossing, yeah. I guess that AC does not mix up Ace Attorney, so I was wrong. But yeah, maybe it does. He is Apollo-ish in Animal Crossing. And Bad says the only bot remaining is Commander Root. You destroyed the rest. Why, thank you. And Inferno says we have a raccoon that likes to smite bots. Only thing is that he has bad aim. He's been banning everyone but the bots thus far. 104 says you're not boring, Douglas. I know that I am not, but I can be at times. And when it comes to bot, you never miss. That is good. Please don't miss with your ban hammer. There are people here who do not deserve to be banned because bots have decided to show up and be a part of the party. Because whenever streams are happening, it's a party apparently. Who knew? Oh, by the way, like I was saying before, all the songs that you're hearing to right now, if you can hear the songs, are royalty-free songs that I found on, well, initially on YouTube Music Library, but then I found them in film music dot something. I don't quite recall, but like if you go to Incompetech, which is Kevin MacLeod's music site, it directs you to somewhere else, which is filmscore.io, I guess. And over there, there's a collection of other musicians who post their royalty-free songs, and that's where I've been snatching all of those songs that you hear now to be part of the game because I can't pay a musician. And I got a lot of songs, and as I was going through, I realized two things. First, there's not enough moments to justify as many songs as I have gotten. Second, a lot of songs don't fit the moments, so they had to be scrapped. And third, 95% of the size of the visual novel game is songs, so I needed to reduce the amount of songs to not go ludicrous with the game size, the final game size. But yeah, all of those songs you're hearing are royalty free, so it should be alright to play on Twitch, and you might recognize them in the game if and when you get to play the game. So a little fun game you can play right now is to hear a song and be like, what? That song in the game is going to be the theme of what? And then try and figure out like, this song is the theme of people talking, I guess. I don't know. I don't remember. And J-Hit says, yeah, we like watching you do stuff. Oh my. Well, I'm glad you do. And one says, but Doug, you can't lose something you never had. Oh, whatever topic I was talking about is long gone, so I have no idea what you were talking about. And Wolf says, have you tried being in a voice chat with a few people while streaming art before? I have, it does not work. Actually it does, but I realized, well, before when I started streaming, I used to have an open chat where everyone and anyone could join. All they had to do was join the Discord. But then, I don't know. People started getting a little, topics started getting a little wild. Not just say like, oh no, people were horrible, but like, topics would go on a different way from what I had intended to talk about. And well, I was like, well, sure, it's a topic, go nuts with it. It was tricky to keep track of the Twitch chat and respond to the people on Twitch chat who cannot join voice chats while another conversation was going. So people were like, let's talk about, I don't know, aviation in the 1970s, and they went on about aviations in the 1970s, and then someone in the voice chat, in the text chat on Twitch is commenting about something or what, and then I'm like, I want to answer them, but the folks are talking about avionics in the 1970s. I don't want to say, hey everyone, shut up, shut the hell up. This person in chat said something, so here you go, here's your answer. I don't know, it just felt awkward. then I decided to stop doing that, especially after I started playing games on stream, because yeah, for a while it was not an art stream at all, it was game streams. For the longest while even. And Bad says maybe for writing and coding we'll never know until you try, but for art streams I could, yeah, maybe. But that's the thing, if I ever do art streams more regularly, there will be impromptu. You never know when they're happening until they are happening, so you know, smash that bell for notifications. And one says people do stream programming. Yes, I know. I have seen a person streaming programming before. I could not for the life of me even know what was going on, so I just like, okay, I guess. And then I left. It could be good for people seeing the workflow. Amanda says you did a programming stream before, an intro to Python class. Yeah, that would have been nice, but like it requires you to know what you're doing. Mine would be me just trying to figure out what the hell is going on and what I am doing. One says that I am sassy. I am sassy. I can't always be sassy. And you never know when that Animal Crossing Ace Attorney will calm down. Who knows? I guess in theory it's already happening. Like you have your island, and then someone comes to your island and screws stuff up, steps on your grass and whatever, and then you're like, oh no, someone stepped on my grass, and then you start sending mail to people being like, hey, did you step on my grass? And then someone's like, no, I never even connected to your island in the past week, and then you're like, objection. Sad neighbor says they saw you last week. You're lying. So yeah, I guess an Animal Crossing Ace Attorney thing is sort of already going on, but who am I to say? I never played either of those things. Which is a lie, so good luck figuring out which one is the truth and which one is a lie. And one says, God, you have no freaking idea how much I've missed your ramblings. Well, I have not rambled in forever, so I can't imagine. And J-Hit says it's nice bar music. Bar lounge music, says Bad. Or a coffee house. It might be. Might have been. The music's gone. Well, I don't know, I just started labeling music willy-nilly, so who knows. And one says you were talking about losing your mind, can't lose it. Fair enough. Fair enough. And also it says 1970s aviation can be very interesting if you're into that. Yeah, exactly. Whatever people were talking about, I don't remember because it was February 2018, so I have no idea what people were talking back then, but whatever they were talking about, it was interesting enough that I did not want to disturb the conversation, to bring attention to what was going on in text chat. And J-Hit says, you know, it's going to be a rowdy night when you hear a lot of cheers followed by goal. Yeah. That's your first indication that the night's about to get rowdy. If anything. I would say. One says smash that bell to join the notification squad, smash that like button, leave a comment down below. Although you can't do that on a Twitch stream. I mean, you can smash a bell, I believe there is a bell somewhere. but you can't do that with you can't like the Twitch stream. I don't think you can follow it, and you can't leave comments down below or up above or nowhere really. So sad. And Bad says, I think there are times it's fun to do art in Discord. Maybe you just want to listen to us go on about random stuff, but I definitely understand wanting to have it be just you. Yeah, sometimes I just am not, sometimes I'm just having a busy day with other things, you know, adult things, and I'm just trying to squeeze art wherever I can. And sometimes I do have the time to be like, yeah, I'm not pressed for time. I could join in on the voice chat and see what people are going on about. And joining the Discord voice chat is much it isn't as big of a commitment as starting a stream is. And you know me, I have anxiety. I can't go on about joining things that require commitment. my brain can't take that. So joining the Discord voice chat or we're just doing art without anyone else watching it's better for the non-committal side of my brain that is anxious and does not like to hang around people at times, and would rather just be alone in a bundle of comfort. Because streaming is, as much as it is about content, it is also about state of mind. And you can't stream if you... Well, you can stream if whatever state of mind you are in, but some states of mind are just like, oh no, today's not a stream day, today's a whatever else day. Literally anything else. But when you have a schedule where like, oh no, every day at 2 in the afternoon I'm gonna be there streaming, like, I guess. Commitment, yay. Love being an adult with responsibilities and things I do because people expect them of me, yay. And then you realize, wait a minute, I'm not streaming I'm not streaming because it's a responsibility. I'm streaming for fun. When did it stop being fun? And then you and then you dive into a pit of introspection that leads you then into a small little trapdoor in the bottom of the pit that leads into another deeper pit of self-wallowing, and then it's an endless loop until somehow you climb all the way back up to the surface level of, oh, okay, I guess I'm better now. And you have no idea how. You just kept going down and eventually climbed your way to the surface. It's weird. Mind physics are weird. Don't try and figure them out. You won't. I mean, you can, but it's like, time to go study. Many years to understand mind physics. How can I dig down and end up above from where I started? Huh. Anyway, you guys have been saying things. Toroka, sorry that I did not even comment on you showing up. The hell's my mind have been at? Talking about bits. That cake, that's a lie. I don't know that it's a lie because there's no cake to be had, but welcome to the stream nonetheless, and hope you're doing good. Haven't seen you in forever. And J Hit says, objection, the witness is being too cute. There's no such thing as being too cute, that's not an objection. Cobalt says not rambling in a while is also a lie. Yes, I have rambled. I always ramble. Sometimes I'm just not being heard by anyone, or I think I'm not being heard by anyone, but I am rambling. Sometimes I'm just washing the dishes, but rambling is happening. And there was a February 2018 because I started streaming December-ish 2017. So yeah. Back in January, February was when I streamed with voice chat on and people around. It's a while. This whole streaming thing is like, it's crazy. It had seasons. You missed the first. Kobo says there was a year before the Infinite Abyss that is 2020. Oh man, there has been so many years, like, don't even count them. There's been way too many. And also, hello there, K-Girl2569. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing great. One says anxiety and non-commitment. Dog damn it, that is so relatable. Outside agrees. Kobo says those half-painted bedroom eyes. Oh yeah, Edward is the king of bedroom eyes in here. And you missed my Tuesday at 2 in the afternoon commitment. Oh, don't even get me started on those. And I am not being coy, I really, literally mean, don't get me started on those. And J Hit says this is relatable and wholesome. I hope it is. Because I'm rambling at the same time that I'm spitting out the content that lies deep within my heart. I would hope that the things that lie deep within me are wholesome and relatable. Otherwise it would be worrisome. And one to the comment you made that is lengthy. Yes. Just yes. It's streaming is something that the people who stream most, I'm gonna say 4 times out of numbers, come on dog, 9 times out of 10 streamers who stream do it because they want to have fun, because they want to hang out, and because there's a new game that came out and they want to share it with their friends. So streamers are just that, they just want to have fun, just like girls, and they are just and they just start a stream to do that. They don't want to deal with scheduling and merchandise and whatever the heck else. They just want to have fun, like girls. And of course, eventually it stops being fun for whatever reason, or not necessarily stops being fun, but at certain specific times it isn't fun for many specific reasons. But the fun of streaming is also that, hey, it's a casual thing I do. There's no need for scheduling. There's no need for hard rules on how it's gonna go, because I just want to stream to have fun. Don't want those crazy shenanigan things. But who knows? Who am I to say anyway? I'm just a dog. What do dogs even know about streaming? Very little, let me tell you. Well, I won't tell you, but we know very little. Amado says, and of course 2020 gave us nothing to worry about. Yeah, it's been a It's mostly been a casual year, just people hanging out at home, not going out, just enjoying whatever they have. It was a year of introspection, if anything. It was a year when people said, let's stop looking outside and let's start looking inside. And then they did. And they found horrible things inside, and they decided, oh no, we should look into those things and take care of them. Those things should not be inside. And then they started to work with that, getting what was on the inside and taking it outside. But then other people went, oh no, that is wrong. Why would you do that? The things that are inside should remain inside. They are not meant to be on the outside. That is horrible that you're trying to get them outside. And people are like, oh no, but I want to get those things outside. And people are like, no, outside is bad. Don't do the outside, do the inside, do more of the inside. And then people were confused for a while. I think people are still confused, as a matter of fact, between the differences of inside and outside. 2020, like I said, has been a year of introspection. Lots of figuring out insides, outside, and other such things. And one says, if Doug rambles and there are no trees to hear him, does he ramble? Yes. Yes, I do. Kobo says 2020 has been great for your social life. I don't know what you're alluding to. Oh yeah, we all started hanging out so much more with so many people that we could not previously see because we were busy with this whole outside business. And when they started looking inside, we were like, oh no, look at all those people who are inside and all those things they're doing on the inside. God damn it, Dad. Getting my layers mixed up again. And there, J Hit says there is nothing with rambling about rambling while rambling. I don't know what you mean. I genuinely do not know what you mean. Maybe I am the one who should start doing the introspection, looking inside and see what that is supposed to mean, because I have no idea. And Inferno says you are a wise dog. I try. I swear I try. Sometimes it works. Okay, we are done with Edward. Boom. Took me so long to do Edward. I guess I don't work as fast while reading comments and such. Which is a shame. Because I should be reading comments. I mean, I shouldn't. I mean, it's not a matter of I should or shouldn't, but it's a matter of it's better that I do. Because then I get to interact with peeps. Which then again isn't what 2020 is all about. I I guess. I heard that somewhere, but so it might be true. J Hit says wanting to hug someone else is a 2020 collective mood. It might be. I don't know that it's exclusively 2020 mood, but it is a mood. Doing the hugs is fun. Okay, so now I get to start saving these files one each by each, and then we have an Edward. But dang it, the OBS is capturing the stream, the Clip Studio, but it's not capturing Windows as a whole, so you don't get to see all of those other stuff I'm doing, like the whole Windows save interface where I'm saving those files. But trust me, I am saving files. You can't see it, but I'm doing that. You just have to take my word for it. And Inferno says I don't hug, I lick. Sounds good, although unhealthy. Be careful with that. And Goldworm says open your eyes and see that your eyes are open. See, maybe you're the one who is wise. A wise golden great dragon, which is what a worm is, I imagine. If memory does not fail me. And J Hit says I was trying to say that there was nothing wrong with rambling, but I derped and ate the wrong part. Welp. I do imagine that there's nothing wrong with rambling, because that's probably one of the things I do better. I do best, even. I'm a great rambler. But what does it mean to ramble? It means, I imagine, it means to carry out a lengthy ass conversation by your lonesome. Although, of course, you guys are there saying things and I'm reading things and we're having a conversation, but I'm feeling a lot of space in between reading one comment and the next with thoughts that just go wild. They go places. They build a little house there, stay for a while, build a family, and then they come back from the place where they went. So this is Jane. It's time now to make Jane's as a sprite. By the way, I just showed this thing here and didn't even go on about blah blah blah. I need to show you guys the characters, because that's the fun part of being on the stream, is seeing the characters. Like, what the hell is Doug even doing? I'm doing characters, so let's show you the characters. And Jahid says it looks great with the black shirt. That was not a black shirt, I don't think. I'm bad you had to switch places. Let you see Metas on the job. Yeah. Thankfully, we have many moderators taking care of everything. Ameta says gnolls make the best scouts for bots. Well, that is a good thing because up until before you told me like, oh no, there are bots on Twitch, I'm like, what? And then you showed me like, oh no, here's proof that this here quote unquote person is a bot. I didn't know how many bots there were. So yeah, that's beyond me. That's up to you guys, bot hunters. And Jahit says, ramble your way to victory. I intend to do that. And Goldworm says, what is a ramble? A pitiful pile of words. Now enough introspection, have at myself. It's this sort of thing that I was talking about what 2020 is. It's all about looking on the inside and less on the outside. That's exactly what I'm talking about. This is 2020 in a sentence, is what you just said. Amanda says rambles are always the best way to learn something new. Is it? Tell me more about that. I'm not entirely sure I get what you mean. I mean, explanations could help. So it's your time to ramble now. And that's what it says chair actors. They are chair actors. Especially now that I've cut off their legs, they will probably do a lot of sitting. And Jane is not the main wolf, she's the fox that showed up in Golden Week, part 3 onwards. And yeah, there are no chairs, only sitting devices. That was one of our things. And Bun says have to be sus of the chairs. Why? What have they done? And also Seed Thunder, thank you for the follow and welcome to this, whatever this is. Glad to have you around for this. And one says this piano thing is so beautiful. It is. I have absolutely no idea how I can show you the names of the song, therefore I will not do that. But yeah, if you go into YouTube Music Library and just look around, you will find it eventually. Amanda says rambles often introduce you to a concept or topic that you might not be familiar with and causes you to want to know more. Fair enough, yeah. I suppose they could do that. I find that it's a little tricky to ramble and eventually learn something about something that you're rambling if you're just rambling and not actually absorbing knowledge from anywhere. So it's mostly that you're connecting, you're making synapses between different parts of your brain, different information thingies you have on your brain, and you finally join them together and like, so those things connect in this way. That's what I imagine is how you go about learning new things through rambling. Because I don't see how you just talking about something endlessly generates new knowledge. But yeah, that's a long-winded way of saying you are probably very right. Anyway, these are the characters. Rob, Kyle, and Lee and JJ are already done, but I'm gonna go back through them because they are good boys and they deserve to be shown. Let's start with Robert. He's our main character. He's a horse boy. I'm not gonna dwell too long on these, I'm just gonna present them, show them to you all. So we have Robert. There he is. The horse boy. The one and the only. So, two things. Rob is the only character who, well, being the protagonist, he's the only character that has a lot of things, but mainly he's the only character who has two clothing sets. He has the casual clothes, where he's just his shirt and his olive khakis, or what was it again? Dress pants, yes. Olive dress pants and shirt. And he has the work attire, where he has this whole barista thing going on. And on top of that, he's also the only character who has these blue and red highlights, because, well, game reason things. If you play the game, you will find out why. So this is Rob when he's neutral. He's just okay, alright, conversations are going on. But then there's Rob happy. He used to be very different, but I changed it to this one because it doesn't look too exaggerated and it looks better. But I was being a fool and I overwritten it, so I don't have the previous one anymore. So you have to take my word for it that the previous one was bad. Then the tired Rob, looking very tired after tiresome things. And then we had the silly, yeah, this is the silly quote unquote, and I didn't quite like it, so I decided to scratch it. And then there's the new silly, which used to be the cocky, but looking back at my character chart, I realized that Rob was the only character who had the cocky expression, and everyone could have the... I could just make Rob's cocky expression into the silly that everyone else has. Well, not everyone, but everyone else could potentially have the silly slash snarky slash now cocky as well. So this is the silly slash cocky Rob. Next up is the serious. So he's just more stoic, I guess. Then there's the angry, with some amazing voice acting, work done by the friend who voice acted Rob when he's angry. Then the sad, where he looks sad, which actually, looking back at all of these pictures, is making me, this portrait is making me think that the tired one, he has a very small head compared to all the others. So that's bothersome. And lastly, the new one is the surprised, which didn't exist and wasn't done. This is a new one that I made after I wrote the entire game, and I thought, okay, so what expressions I need? I need a surprised, and I guess I don't need that silly one. Let's replace it with the cocky. Well, let's replace the silly with the cocky, and they'll merge into one. So this is it for Rob. And J-Hit says, well, when people often ramble, you can get to see some of their passion, which makes you want to learn more. Oh, I see. It's not the rambler is the one who learns, but the one who are being subjected to the rambling. I see. Makes sense. And one of course says, is it just me, or is his tail a bit more dog than horse? Probably, but we're not gonna be able to see his tail nearly as often as you think, so don't sweat about it. Don't worry your head. And you like it all the same, man. Voice acting. His head shrinks when he is tired. Maybe. I'm gonna chalk it up to perspective. And also, hello there, Pocket Youth. Welcome to the stream. I just said, yo Doug, what about the red glowing? I was gonna explain this during the... I wasn't going to explain this. I was gonna allow you guys to find out by yourselves when you play the game, but there's no point. During the game, during the visual novel, at certain moments, Rob is going to hear inner thoughts of his emotional self and his rational self being like, why? What about this? What about that? Just, you know, thoughts going on. And whenever the rational part of his brain is talking, he'll have the blue highlights, and whenever the emotional part of his brain is talking, we will see the red highlights. So those are highlights that you can enable and disable individually. So emotional thoughts are happening, rational thoughts are happening. That's pretty much it. And what is crazy is that I have done that for every pose. Every dog damn pose. That so when he changes pose and the irrational things are still going on, it still follows. And I don't even know that all of those poses actually have inner thought moments, but I decided to just leave it there in case I surprise myself, because I didn't go back through the script just seeing like, oh, these poses are used at these moments and these poses are not used. I just wrote it all, so I don't know which poses actually need the highlights, so I decided to just do it for all of them. Especially because the way I coded the game, if I leave one of these poses without the highlights, it probably will crash the whole thing, because it's expecting to find a file, and it tries to find the file, and if you can't find the file, it just says, oh, I can't, and it explodes, I guess. So there you go. Just gonna leave it be. So that was Rob, who is done. Next up is are his friends. Pull the lever, Kronk, says Fracus. Don't pull the lever. So here we have Achaeus, the boar. Apparently already loaded up in the sad expression. It's a sad Achaeus, who we are calling Cal for short, because nicknames are power. So this is sad Achaeus, I guess. This is surprise Achaeus. I decided I was very lazy with doing his expressions. This is serious Achaeus. Is it serious? Yes, this is serious. It was, I think it was like grown before, but then I realized that only certain characters had the grown, and it didn't really amount to too much, so I decided to just make this serious instead. Then we have this angry. Oh no, do we have angry? Oh yeah, we have angry. Angry boar, being angry for angering reasons. Then tired cow, just being tired, I guess. Then happy cow, who looks very happy. And then neutral cow, who just looks neutral, super neutral, like, go on. Go on. That's him. And he's a fun boy. But because he's not Rob, the protagonist, he does not have the highlights, and he only has one set of clothes, which is the shorts, the brown shorts and the bluish teal tank top. I guess it's teal tank top. That's Cal. Or Achaeus if you're using his full name. Next up is Leland, who is loading right now. And C Thunder says, can I ask about the game's voice acting? Is it just like grunts and sounds, or will actual people talking? It's the former. It's just grunts, just like because there's no way to have actual voice acting in a game like this. For several reasons. First, I can't afford voice actors. Second, well, I'm finding a lot of friends to do this who are not charging me a dime to do voices for this game, so they're not professional voice actors. So if they were actually to get a script and read it out loud, it might not be that high quality people would expect from a voice acting job. Thirdly, since they're all done by different people with different microphones, if I had actual voice acting conversations, it would be awkward for the people going through the script, because they would be recording on their own without seeing the other person's reaction, so it's harder to adjust the conversation to that. And also everyone's recording at different places with different recording setups with different microphones, so the sound quality is going to be all over the place, and that's not good. When talking audio and sound, we want to have consistency, otherwise quality suffers. And J-Hit says, I don't know anything about him and I really like him. I'm glad you do. Cal's a good boy. And one of us says I like this Duggo. RJ Hit says lots of people want to grunt for Doug. Surprisingly enough, they do. I guess. So Leland is not a doggo per se, he's a maned wolf. A lot of people were being like, oh no, is he a German Shepherd? I'm like, no, he's a leggy boy. Doesn't look like, I guess. But no, he's a leggy boy. So this is Confused. Confused Leland, when I was still calling the surprised pose Confused. I guess I do. Let me double check. Yes, I called it. I was calling the surprised Confused, but then I decided no, it's actually surprised, and then I changed it to surprise. It actually works both ways, but it's mostly surprised. But because Leland was one of the first characters I did, I wrote it down as Confused. So there you go, a little behind the scenes. The groan expression, which I don't know if I'm using for anything, but it's there. This is one of the ones I drew before I even had the script, so I don't know now if I'm using it for anything. Then you have Sad Leland. Look at him, all sad and such. Then you have Angry Leland, who's finger pointing and all. Then you have Serious Leland, who's suspicious as well. And then you have Tired Leland, who looks different from Sad Leland. And then you have Happy Leland, who's even pointing because he agrees with whatever it is that you said. And Neutral Leland, who is for some reason without clothes. Put on some clothes, dogdamn you. So Leland has purple eyes, kind of like Nathan does. So this is Leland, the leggy boy, but only one of the pictures has legs. The other ones are legless. The archer from Lord of the Rings is legless. Lastly, from the people who are already done, for the love of heck, is this boy whose name I don't remember, because he has way too many names. Here's James, the raccoon boy. I believe his name is Jameson, as a joke of sorts. But then, or James Johnson, probably Jameson, Jameson, weirdly enough. And then his nickname in the game is actually JJ, or Jimmy Johns. People actually call him Jimmy Johns at times. And he also works with Rob, so he also has the barista attire, but because he's not the main character, that's the only attire he has. So that's the only clothes he has, is the barista outfit. So this is Neutral JJ, then Angry JJ, who looks ready to undress you, then Tired JJ, then Serious JJ, who looks surprisingly enough like Angry JJ, but he has his arms crossed and his head's a little more to one side than the other, so I guess it's not as angry, I guess. And then we have Silly JJ, which also works as Cocky JJ, which I like. I like this pose. And then Surprised JJ, which seems a little bit over the top, but I'm doing these poses for 7 characters. There's only so many different ways people can look surprised. One, you said, yeah, like the Animal Crossing fan dub, lots of good voices, but then one has a really bad mic. Thankfully, it's just Wendell. Really? Never seen that. And Bad says, speaking of grunts and stuff, if you need a raccoon to voice a raccoon, I have a voice actor for JJ already. Thank you for the offer, though. I'll keep that in mind because I do know new characters might be showing up later. Don't have voices for them yet. I might need them. One of further says, Leggy Boy. Yes, that's what we call maned wolves. The internet has decided to call them Leggy Boys, I guess. Surfused and comprised, yeah. Those are one and the same. And Jahid says purple eye caster eggs. I have no idea what you mean. And one says, I just realized I actually have eye whites on these compared to how you usually do them. I haven't done full colored eyes in forever, in years even. But yeah, before I used to have the full colored eyes. But now I'm just doing the normal regular eyes because that style, it works for what I was doing at the time, which was lots of small pictures in small frames. So I really wanted to highlight the color of the eyes at the time, but it doesn't work as well for many other things. And that's it, says James Jameson, a respectable doer of job at place. And you also said that he looks very brown. I'm used to seeing raccoons look more gray. Yes. Do I still have it? Oh no, I foolishly overwritten it. I seem to do that a lot. But yeah, he used to be grayish. Yeah, he was a little bit more grayish as far as colors go. But then I realized, I guess, that I didn't love him looking so grayish. And then I decided to... This is me trying to ungray, to gray it back in. Maybe doing like so will prove a little bit better. I guess he used to look like this, like grayish. But then I threw in a splash of brown to kind of liven up his colors, and I think he looks better this way. But yeah, I'm also used to seeing grayish raccoons. But I don't know. I guess it just looked too contrasting from everyone else in this in the cast. Everyone is so colorful, and he's the only one that's like gray. And to go on about your talks of Batista, the Bat Barista. There's a comic called ISO. It's an old comic, which does have a Bat Barista. Maybe that's the pun. Who knows? But yeah, go read it. It's good-ish. It's good. It's actually a good comic. Go read it. And one says, well, Douglas, I haven't seen you draw art in forever. Yeah, you haven't. Shame on you. And also, hello there, fabulous Moose. Welcome to the stream. I'm drawing character portrait art. And he is handsome. The name of the comic is ISO. I'll throw it in chat. I say I, then dot, then S, then dot, then O, then dot. And I will press enter, and then it will show up. But to make sure that it shows up when I say it, I'll have done a delay. That's so it doesn't show up way before. Like in most streams where the person is still typing and it already shows up in the stream, and you're like, whoa, what witchcraft is this? But yeah, that's them. So next up we have Jane, who's Matthew's friend. She appears in Golden Week, parts 3 and forward. Then we have Matthew himself, the man, the stag, the boy, quote unquote. Yeah, this is Matthew. He showed up in the Golden Week, parts 3 and forward. He also shows up in this cover art because he's an important character. Hint, hint. Not to say that the others aren't, but he's importanter, I guess. Words. And this is Levesque, the coach. And initially the thoughts were to make the coach a bear, but then if you're up and up with your fandom knowledge, you will know that some people would be like, wait a minute, a coach bear? That sounds familiar. So to avoid that, I decided to make him a gator. Or a crocodile, whichever one, I don't know. One of Four says, how is that shame on you? You have been here. Well, I don't know. That's for you to decide, I guess. Good luck. And how have you been doing, Fabulous Moose? Hope you've been doing good. And Cobalt, of course you love him. And no, he does not need cybernetic arms. He's good as he is. And I said, yes, this is the one with Danar's voice. Recording voices for Levesque has been a journey. There is a picture somewhere, because I remember just googling hockey coach, and then just showed up a picture of a guy in pretty much this outfit, and I'm like, yeah, that's him. That's it. We're done here. Go home, everyone. So, Coach Levesque, thankfully, only has 2 expressions, which is concerned / serious and angry. Because he only shows up in one scene, and you might not even see him, depending on what choices you make in the game. So it's not it's not that big of a character, but yeah, he shows up, and because he does show up, I guess how we will go and illustrate him. So this is his neutral face. I only have the sketch for the serious, which is the same thing, but his arm is now extended and he's looking out into the distance. And then the angry, where he looks to the viewer, but also downwards, so he doesn't actually look at the viewer and gets angry. So those are the Levesques we're gonna be drawing. Oh no, I forgot to do a thing. Oh, hopefully it doesn't. Comes back to haunt me. But yeah, back to drawing, to actually working. And Bad says, yep, people might have cried foul that I'm copying EA, as they call it, and yeah. As a writer, as a creator, well, not a writer per se, but as a creator, I am incredibly mindful of what I make and what the reaction is going to be once people out there get to see it. Because like it or not, even though I am making those things because I want them, so it's in a way indulgent, it is also for other people, so if they don't like it, it is a failure. So I have to also make things that people like. Thusly, I also have to be mindful of what people are gonna think once I do a thing, which is a long-winded way of saying, yeah, I worry that they were going to be like, oh no, you're copying extracurricular activities, how dare you, blah 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 blah. And then I decided to not make him a bear. Besides, I was thinking like, no wait a moment, Doug, you're a creative boy. Go on, use your creativity, do something new, do something different. Something some of you might not have noticed per se is that I do like to rotate character species, like well, ish. I always, whenever I draw characters, I like to do species I haven't done before. Hence why we have a maned wolf, we have a raccoon, a horse as the protagonist, because I have never done any of those in my previous comics, or at least not as a major main character. And although I have never done a bear character, like in these universe comics, my previous project thing, which is One Night to Be Cursed, in theory the main character is a bear, so I'm like, nah, not gonna do that again. Let's do something new. Let's brave new grounds. And thusly I have done that. And Taroka says, and everyone needs a no boyfriend as well as their existing boyfriend, if they have one. Wait, what? And that's what says, can I have a no girlfriend instead in addition to your existing boyfriend? Sure, why not? Apparently they're in high demand and supply, so go nuts. And Regis says, does this mean you will get a second no? Now that is where I think the exception lies in. If you already have a no boyfriend, I don't know that you can get a second no boyfriend. Because otherwise, you could just that would break the reality. Because everyone gets to have a no boyfriend as well as their existing boyfriend, but then if you already have a no boyfriend and you get a no boyfriend, then it's like, oh, there you go, you have a no boyfriend on top of your no boyfriend. And now, because it is a no boyfriend, you can have a no boyfriend on top of your boyfriend. So in theory you can use these hacks to get infinite no boyfriends. So yeah, I think it's busted, so I'm going to say no. That exploit is too powerful, so no. Taroka says no, one no per person. Why is that? Well, then again, suppose. How many no's are out there in total? Eventually, I don't know who's supplying the no's, but whoever is supplying the no's is going to run out of no's. So yeah, probably don't take all of the no's. This song that is playing right now, Motherload is the name of the song. It's such a shame because I love this song when I found it, and I was like, holy dog damn, I wanna use it in the game somewhere, somehow. But it's too energetic, too edgy. There's simply nowhere where I can use this song. So I had to let it be. I can't use it. I'm like, oh no. Such a good song that I can't use. Oh no. It's too epic, too edgy, too like, wow. It does not fit anything in my visual novel. So I'm like, no, I want to use this song. Dang it. Also, hello there, Loba. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day. And or afternoon. Kobo says, wait, is Doug saying that no's are not perfectly balanced? Not at all. Because as far as my understanding of anatomy goes, creatures use their tails for balance, and gnolls have very short tails, which makes me think that they would not have that much balance with them. Like, have you ever seen those videos of well, I don't know that there are multiple videos, but there is a video of a cheetah pursuing a gazelle, I believe. And as the gazelle kind of tries to weave and dodge and whatnot, the cheetah just kind of spins and then counter spins its tail in weird directions to, according to the video description, just kind of apply torque in a different direction and help with weaving and dodging back and forth. I am not 100% on the physics of tails in mammals, but it does something to balance. Because gnolls have super short tails and already walk on 2 legs to begin with, I don't believe they are perfectly balanced, no. They could be, I could be wrong, but I don't know. I'm just a dog, man. And that side says clearly 2 gnolls break the game, apparently. Too many gnolls will do that. Rega says Ronin broke the game and you know who to blame now. Yeah, blame him. And Taroka says if you already have one, you may be able to wrangle a kobold whilst stocks last. Omeda says error, too much no. CPU buffer overflow. Do you mean too much or too many? And Jay Hit says you could use it on an ending scene. I could. Or secret ending credit scene. Maybe I could, yeah, maybe I could. This scene where you find out that everything was actually a simulation and then you're like, oh no. And then it plays that music as you're realizing, oh no, we were living inside the Matrix all along. and then he gets to play. Then you really earn that edgy, high intensity music that Motherload is. Yeah, that could work. Oh boy, I'm not looking forward at all to animating this guy. And that's it says secret no rock music ending. All the ideas, they don't stop flowing. And Taroka says because Shitas are the best. Maybe they are, yeah. Like I said, I don't know for sure. It's been a while since last seen that that video, but that's the impression I got from it, is that those animals are good at what they do because they have tails. This is my favorite part, by the way. Spoiler alert, it isn't really. I'm being salty. Is when characters have like teeth on the outside, like Coach and the Boar. They have teeth on the outside of their mouth because you have to animate those as well. And it's trickier to keep track of those. It's not fun. It ain't fun times, it's bad times. And I don't like it. And Meta says gnolls use their long front tails to balance themselves. Oh, Meta. I think you misspelled snout. Utsat says the idea starts coming and they don't stop coming. Feed to the rules and I hit the ground running. That rhymes, which means it's a song. Ah. Oh no, you didn't. Did you just all-star us? Is that your idea of a Wednesday afternoon? Is all-starring people? Ah, dang it. Stop it. You can't. Twitch will complain that we're using copyrighted music. Don't. Wait a moment, is the singer an idiot? What happened? I wasn't in the know. I was never in the know. I don't know anything about Smash Mouth and their Smash Mouthisms. If that is not a word, by golly, am I making it a word now? And then someone comes and say, but Doug, you can't make words like that. To which I reply, it's 2020. There are no rules anymore. People just do things. By the way, in case you're wondering, this is what I do to make sure that the colors don't bleed when I'm using the bucket tool to color characters. I close off the line art, which is incredibly helpful when coloring, but by golly, look at the monstrosity I've made. Things you only see when you're doing character art. But modular. Okay. There's notes that says that the singer of Smash Mouth is a COVID denier. That is a wondrous thing when we have that, when that becomes an adjective, kind of like flat earther. And the band supports trans rights though, so like not a total idiot. Yeah, that is good. I mean, I guess it's one of those one bad apple situation. Oh wow, you guys have been smiting bots left and right, look at that. How do you even... Have you got a list of bots? How do you even know whom to smite and ban? Everyone says, okay, so Douglas, I am freezing, and while your voice is warming you up a little, it's not enough. You need to soak yourself, submerge your flesh in the bath so you can emerge warmer and cleaner than ever before. That's not necessarily what baths do to you, but sure, I'll accept your excuse for leaving. Have a good one and good luck with your bath. Oh, there is a bot list. And yeah, thank you, 104. By the way, I might stream for another 1.5 hours before I have to leave and make dinner. Obrigado. What's up with this whole blanket burrito thing? I mean, I phrased that question wrong. I don't imagine there's much explaining one can do about a blanket burrito. But I guess what I meant to ask was, is it really that cold that you need to be a blanket burrito, and is there nothing else going on in your home space to stave off the cold? Like, are there no heaters, or don't you have a thermos full of hot water with which you can make tea and more hot cocoa and big fuzzy warm slippers you can put on as you walk around the house? Because by golly, you are walking around the house, there's no way you're just standing there doing nothing. And also it says a blanket burrito is the coziest of burritos. That might be. I'm not an authority on burritos though, so hard to say. And then again, who truly is a burrito authority? Should be able to tell. Also, this, what I'm doing right now, is useless. I might let you try and guess why it is useless, or I might answer your question. Well, no, it wasn't a question until I said it in such an accusatory tone, perhaps. But this is useless, and I will let you guys try and guess for a little while before I tell you why this is useless. As soon as I'm done with the uselessness. But J-Hit says it's when you grab a blanket and roll yourself into a burrito. Yeah. Yeah, that much I imagine. Hence why I reposed my question. I imagine that it's never been cold enough here that we had to do like a blanket burrito sort of deal. But who knows? Imagine that I mean, yeah, I don't even know what I'm saying. Good luck with the cold, I guess. It's the best I can say. Meta says 5 degrees Celsius outside currently there. Oh wow, that's cold. It could be that cold here, I would love it. And the hit says we don't have a temp control in your house and block houses to stay very cold. Oh no. That's not... That isn't proper for a living space. Someone needs to sort that out and make it warmer. And you keep yourself busy with cleaning, but after you're done you get cold again and jump back into the burrito. Well, I'm glad it's easy to get in and out of the blanket burrito. At least it's not something laborious like... Well, I don't know. What would be laborious? Maybe something like those whenever you sit in a reclining chair in a very specific position and then kind of fall asleep or get drowsy-ish, but then you get jostled awake and then you had to move, and then when you get back you just can't find that sweet spot position again. The position, the memory of it is just gone, and you could kind of keep moving yourself around trying to find it again, but you can't. At least it's not like that. So you have that going on for you. Outside says it's 32 Fahrenheit outside. Feels like 28, and it's currently snowing. That's Christmas season for you, I imagine. What with where you live and such. I hope you too have a blanket in which to burrito yourself in. And you also guess because it'll either be out of frame or clothed. Jahid says because he's never gonna be naked. Amanda says that's what I'd guess, out of frame. Yeah, all three of you are right. This is useless to properly color and shade because this won't show up at all. I know for a fact it won't show up, so there's no need for me to be so careful with this. But I guess I do it out of perfectionism more so than utility. And also for the possibility in the future that I guess, like, I don't know, I make alternate clothing for these characters. Like, this character now can have 3 sets of clothing. In that case, it would make sense for me to fully draw and render their wrong thing there. Then it would make sense for me to fully draw their bodies because in one clothes he's like wearing this hoodie, but in another he could be wearing just a like just shorts and shirtless, I guess. So there would be like, there's a reason for you to be drawing the whole body. You're gonna show it up eventually. But not in this case, not so. In this case, it is entirely pointless. But I do it anyway because I never know the future. I think that when I was starting to pitch this idea of the visual novel to the friendos and whoever else, someone did mention something like, and I hope they have multiple clothes because it's not fun when characters use the same clothes again and again. And I'm like, oh yeah, that should be easy enough to do. But then I did the unthinkable. I did every expression a different pose. So to make a new clothing means making the same clothing for several different poses for several different characters. Which not fun. Not super fun. Let me tell you right ahead, that's not fun. I mean, it could be fun, but by golly, is it time consuming? So I don't know. I probably will not be doing alternate clothing for these characters. Unless it's like some super specific moment at some super important time. Like, oh, here it makes sense for this character to change clothes. Like with Robert going in and out of work. But outside from that, I don't know. In fact, I've been looking at some inspirations, like, what other games have done what I am doing, more or less, and how have they done it? And some games which have done this, which have done more or less what I am doing, is the Telltale Walking Dead, Life is Strange. There might be others as well, but can't think of them out of the top of my head. But in those 2 games I mentioned, the characters do have a set clothing that they wear, and they don't change those clothes. So, like, why should I? If they have if they have the budget to make the whole thing 3D, and even them are not making like multiple clothes, why should I? I mean, I could, but that's more thought for the future. And yeah, to be fair, they do change clothes every once in a while, like with The Walking Dead, whenever they go into different climates and environments, they do have a change of clothes, especially in between episodes. And with Life is Strange, there are some moments where Max can choose to wear different clothing, and it actually gives the player like the choice of which shirt do you want to wear as such, and it's interesting. But aside from that moment, it's not like every day this character is gonna have a random set of clothes. So I don't know. I feel like it isn't a detail that is gonna be big enough to be detrimental. Which is my justification to not doing it. Because there's literally no reason not to. Aside from it's time consuming. And I could spend the time doing other things instead of just making alternate clothes for these characters. Bun says you're at work, no blankets allowed. That is true, I forgot. That's a shame. And Cobalt says secret coach path. Oh man. I don't think so, no. Kinda like you were saying. I gotta pull a snake eater, and if you start to go into the secret coach path, the game is like, wait, that's a time paradox, that did not happen. And then it forces you back into the other way, like, no, no, no. Matthew and Robert are going to get together, and goddamn you for trying to not do that. And J-Hit says, you never know, maybe you can reuse the assets for a later project. Hardly. I don't think I'll be able to. I don't even know what my next project would be, but I wonder if I would do anything differently, like art-wise. Because most visual novels out there, they have the characters facing you, and you are a faceless, spriteless character. That's so it's easier to immerse yourself into the fiction, I guess. But in here, because the character is a fixed character, it's not like a blank canvas for you to put your thoughts into. The character is defined. It is Robert, and Robert has a personality which you can't deviate too much from. Then I decided to just actually make sprites for Robert and Roberto, actually. I keep saying Robert, but that's not his name. Anyway. I could just do like any other visual novels do, but I decided to do it this way. Mostly also because I'm also trying to be different from all other hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of visual novels out there who are doing the same thing. I'm trying to throw in enough curveballs at this, I guess, to make people, even people who are like visual novel veterans, be like, oh, that's interesting, never seen this before. What's a popping with this here? So this whole thing of how I'm doing the characters and such, it's a big experiment, and I don't know if it'll pay off. If it does pay off, then yeah, maybe on a possible next project I might do something similar, and then yeah, I might reuse assets, or at least use them as a base or something. Otherwise, I might change the formula and do something entirely different. Go back to doing the character portraits in the default visual novel style, where the main character has no portrait and everyone else is just looking at you from... you're seeing them from the front head on. Maybe do that instead. Who knows? And yeah, kinda like that. It's not like other VNs. Then again, I'm not like a visionaire to be able to come up with brand new ideas and concepts out of nothing and just make something incredibly and uniquely unique, I guess. Because I would think that you need a lot of knowledge and experience to know to know how to change the basic formula to make something interesting. Or be a visionaire. That also helps. I don't know why I'm concerning I did previously concern myself so much with eye color in here. Because I did do something that is kinda dubitable, like, should you really have been doing that? Which is, in the visual novel itself, the characters, whenever a character is saying, there is a little line that says their name. Like, this is Coach talking. And those lines that says their names is normally in the color of their eyes. So it's it's easier to identify who is talking. Problem is, there's only so many eye colors out there. And thusly, I have tried to make everyone have a different eye color, but then when I got to certain characters, I was like JJ, the raccoon, and the coach, I was like, what color is raccoon's eyes most frequently, and what color is Gator's eyes more frequently? And I was like, it's green, who knew? And I tried to kept at that, being trying to be faithful to that. But then we have Leland, who has purple eyes. So like, what the hell, Doug? So much work for nothing. But I guess that in a way, kinda, it is a big, huge part of the creative process, which is for you to look at the reference from where you are getting something. In this case, nature itself, and try and analyze it and really think it through and be like, okay, so raccoons have these colored eyes. Why is that? And think a little bit more thoroughly on that, like, so how much can I diverge from this before it becomes like something else entirely, and how much can I twist this to feel my need, to suit my needs even? And then you start to keep getting on these questions and figuring things out as you go and create those characters on the fly, like I have done. And all of that is part of the creative process, which is interesting. But like so many things of comicking and creating art and such are those are things that happens as we are making comics and such. Those are things that do happen. Creating stories, characters, whatever sort of visual things we create. But those are, however, things that even though we are creating them, there's so much of the creative process that does not get seen by anyone else. So many neat little tricks, little trivias, and other details of the characters that feels odd to things that would feel odd to really put into the story, like, this is the reason why my eyes are this color. Like, that doesn't quite fit the story, but it is also something that you, the creator, wants to share with people. You're like, this is why this character's eyes are purple, but you can't quite just go and do that. In the story, and at times you have to really just swallow it and be like, well, I guess that secret dies with me. But sometimes you are able to, like with my previous work, the Golden Week, I was able, at the very end, when I printed the comics, I was able to write down little extras to put into the printed version and explain, like, these are my thoughts behind those things that happen. And sometimes you do get that satisfaction of finally being able to explain why you have done the things you have done. What's going on there? Oh, gotcha. I didn't shade the teeth. No wonder they're super white. It's not because Coach uses amazing toothpaste. It's because I forgot the shading. Also, I don't know that people can wear toothpaste. That's not something you should be doing. There we go, now shading is looking right. Like I said, this is surgery. There's so many layers going on in here. All of them mean something and affect each other in a different way, so sometimes I really gotta shut the heck up and pay attention to how these layers are set up and how they are interacting with one another. And yeah, like you said, Bun, I could do that of having where you said you could put in a trivia section with information about the characters that get filled in as the game is played in the past gone through, like in Hades. It works way better as a game in a game than it would have in a comic, for example. In a comic, it just it would be weird. I believe it would fall flat in most scenarios. Like unless you actually do a trivia section at the very end or something. But in a game, it's way easier to just add. Well, theoretically, it's easier. I don't know if it is or isn't. To add in a little trivia section at the end where, well, not necessarily at the end, but in a menu, a separate menu where you just add trivia about the characters. I imagine that's easier to do in a game. Oh boy, so much stretching going on. But yeah. I have seen out there people who do the visual novels being like, here's this gallery, this scene place thing with collectibles and whatnots. But I don't know how to program. I don't know Python and I don't know RenPy nearly enough to be able to do that sort of stuff, so I'll need to do a whole lot of reading on how to add that. And seen as a plan to release the game this Friday, half of it isn't done yet, but I have plans. Yeah, that could be done, but I don't know that I will be able to do it because of how little time I have to finish it all. Bun says that you have to get ready to leave work. Talk to you all later. Glad I could hang out. Sure thing, Bun. Thank you for sticking around and have a good one. All of you wished for it. You wanted more art streams, now you have it. And my god, you're gonna enjoy it, damn it. This song that is playing right now, I have no idea what the song name is, but this is one of the first songs that plays and probably one of the plays the most in the game. I believe it is I think I called it like Theme of Morning. Probably I call it like Morning New Niken, which is the name of the city that the story takes place in. So this is the song that plays in the mornings, which is whenever the main character, Roberto, meets with his friends for classes and such. So it's probably like the first song you're gonna hear going into this game. and one of the you're gonna hear the most. One of the other songs is the school class theme, I guess, which is the song that plays whenever the characters are in class, having a lecture of some kind. It plays the classroom's music, but I found a song that I really liked for classroom, but I didn't like its tempo, so I went over there in Audacity and increased the music tempo. Like, it's playing a little bit slow. How about like step it up a little bit? So I did that. I sped up the music. But then, as I was doing that, I was like, could I even do this? Is this like legal and such? Because you can't just, even though these songs are royalty free, like you can't just alter this song just like that willy-nilly, Doug. There's rules and things you gotta follow, like copyrights and blah blah blah. So I looked it up. Apparently, those specific songs that I got are released into the Creative Commons 4.0 license. And one of the things you can do with songs, thankfully, is remix them and alter them. I don't know to which degree though, like to which degree the song is still this song and I have to attribute it itself. But otherwise, they were like, sure. According to the attributions of Commons, Creative Commons, I forgot the name of the thing, but anyway, according to it, you can remix and change songs. So I did that. I increased the tempo of the song and used that version, the increased tempo version, as the final classroom song. So that's one that you will not recognize from any of these that have played into the game itself when you get to see it. However, I didn't ever get to alter any of the other songs. There are many songs, and the classroom one was the only one that I actually altered, only to increase the tempo a little bit. All the other songs are still original, their original version. But then there is our what's it called? Well, yeah, this is another bit I probably never got to tell most people about the visual novel. Is that the opening and the ending theme songs are songs played by furry musicians that I contacted and was like, hey, hello, I like this song, can I use it in my game thing? And they were like, oh yeah, sure. It wasn't just like that actually. There was a little bit more preamble and talking and discussing and agreeing to things, but yeah, eventually they were like, yeah, sure, you can use it. I'm like, yeah, cool, awesome. That's great. And then, thusly, I got to use their songs in the game. So, oh, that's why. Nothing was happening. So those of you who know a few furry musicians out there, you might be able to recognize some interesting songs when you get to play the game. Also, hello there, Stink Dog. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? And this boy is very cute. Even though he's not a boy, he's a man. He's a gator man. But he is cute, yes. I'm glad you think so. How are you doing in this lovely day of the weddings that we're having? And I'm glad to hear that you're doing good, Stink Dog. That is great to hear. Because I am doing less and less good with every passing hour because my back hurts. Which means it's time for my stretches. But I have so much work left to do. Don't wanna stop just for some damn stretches that I could be doing any other time in my life. Like next year. Which is a joke, by the way, don't do that. But that is another thing with art, is the how incredibly slow it can be at times and how long it can take to finish one piece of art, and how during all of this time your body starts to complain and it's like, hey, aren't we gonna stretch? Stretching time's like half an hour overdue. Where's my stretchies? Which, for those of you who were wondering, is another one of those reasons I haven't been streaming in forever. It's mostly because sometimes I'm streaming, well, sometimes I'm doing art rather, and then I'm like, oh boy, I wanna do something else for a little while. Like I just wanna take a break, lounge back in my chair, and just load up some silly YouTube video, get some snacks, and eat them while I'm watching whatever on YouTube, and just chill, really just chill. And when you're doing a stream, you can't quite do that. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't, in theory, do that. But then again, I guess you can if you really want to. Streaming is not like not a thing with hard set rules that you gotta follow, or the stream police are gonna come crashing down at your door and be like, hey, you broke the law, you filthy criminal. But yeah, it's still like, I personally would feel kind of bad knowing that, hey, there are people who are dedicating time of their lives to do nothing but to be here watching the stream, and I am like, I'm taking a break and just lounging. I don't know. Things like that makes me think like, reasons not to stream, pretty much. But anyway, speaking of streaming, we have been going at for nearly 3 hours, and I think I'm gonna go for another 1 hour-ish before it's time for me to go fix some dinner. Very little work has been done. But otherwise, there's a lot of catching up has been done, which is great. All in all, that makes me think about this whole streaming thing. Because one of the reasons I was also thinking, hey, let's do a stream, is because, like I said, when I'm not streaming, I just tend to chill more. I just lay back and like, not gonna do a whole lot of work, just gonna chill here. And when I'm on a deadline, like I am right now, self-imposed deadline, but still a deadline, it's a little bit trickier to just spend time lounging and doing nothing. Even though you are like relaxing and winding down, it's still like, oh no, you're not working. You should be working. And it's more than a feeling, like Boston would say. But no, it's just weird. Streaming makes me more accountable because there's all of you guys who are here right now watching me should be like, hey Doug, you're not doing anything. Where are you? Where have you gone? Even though you guys are not actually going to do that, I don't think. I think like if I just said nothing and just left, like leave the stream running but just leave for a hot minute to go do whatever else, you guys probably wouldn't say much, but there would still be this whole like, oh no, what horror has befallen us? I just realized I probably needed another thief going on in there. Oh man, that sucks. Well, let's insert the thief in here. Dang it. But anyway, yeah, long story short, streaming makes me more accountable, which is arguably a good thing. When I need to do these crunches of work and such. Oh man, I really don't want to do this extra thief, but it looks odd without it. God dang it. Just gonna call this folder extra thief. Does not need anything else. But anyway, once again I have gone down did a whole lot of rambling for hours. What about you guys? How are you all doing? After hours of rambling. Several of them even. Most of you guys are people whom we only get to see. I only get to see here on Twitch. Okay, yeah. Now that extra thief works, I'm happy now. Now I can die a happy dog. By the way, never didn't get to talk nearly as much of the music as I thought I would. Many of these songs are songs I intended originally to use for that for another visual novel project I had in mind of doing. One I dubbed New Nick and Dreamers. Those of you who are patrons might find more about that in the on Patreon. Where else? There is a couple files, documents, I guess, I posted a few days ago where I talk more about the where I talk about what it was like to code this here game. There's a lot of programming talk going on in that one, even though I'm not a programmer. There is still programmer talk, so you get to check that out. But the previous one I did was the one about concepts and previous work, previous ideas I had for a visual novel project that I had throughout the years, and more often than not, I piled those ideas and kept thinking like, what can I do with them? Which is to say, like, can I make it into a game? Can I make it into a comic? Can I make it into a novel? I guess. Like just a written novel. What can I do with this idea I had? So I kept having some ideas and writing them down. In places. Not all of which were nearly organized enough as they could have been. Which is a shame. But still, I had a lot of projects, ideas even, just ideas, throughout the years since 2014, when I made my first actual visual novel, which wasn't actually kind of visual novel. It was a little challenge I made to myself. I said, come on, Doug, do a visual novel in 24 hours. I don't know for what foolish reason I decided that that was enough time, or the time I had. Like, you have this time. Completely arbitrarily, like, if you don't do this in 24 hours, you fail. And what happens if I fail? Nothing. But I did anyway, because I'm a madman. But anyway, I did that, and I learned some things about Ren'Py and how it works, how to do things with Ren'Py, yada yada yada, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, this works, fun. I guess it was like my attempt at making something just to prove that, like, hey, look, I know how to use Ren'Py. I know how to make games now. I can make something bigger, something more serious. But then, as the years went by, one by one, I started to have more ideas and I started to write them down. Thinking like, what's the next visual novel I'm gonna make? And then I would have an idea, would write it down. It wouldn't pan out for whatever reason, and then I would trash it and start again. And several of those ideas I would write them down. Like, here's the plot outline. And I did that for like 3 projects, I think. I'm not sure, but I'm nearly positive it's like 3 projects I did that for. Anyway, if you become a patron, you can go over there and check where I actually describe those down a little bit better, and with actual imagery and concept art from years ago. It's a delight. You won't you will like it if you go there and get it. So do that. Anywho, that happened. Then there was this project, one of them, which was the new Nikan Dreamers, which, like I said much earlier in the stream, was meant to be sort of like a sequel-ish. Not necessarily a sequel, but it was meant to share a universe with the Golden Week, where it would be like, it's the characters in the bar where Edward's bar, and that's where the majority of the story would happen. In the bar, because everyone's a drunk apparently. But the characters would just like be in the bar, talking, drinking, I guess, to a degree. But mostly the bar was just the environment in which the conversations would take place and the romances would begin, and the bar was as much a character of the narrative and the story as the characters themselves. Because, well, it's not super relevant anymore, but my idea with the bar, that, like, in universe, I never explained this anywhere else, but in my mind it happened just because I guess makes sense that it would have happened in universe, even though I never really touched upon this on any other comic. I already had a mind of this happening, and it's shaped so much of my thoughts going forward with other projects, so I guess it makes more sense if it did actually happen. Which is, after so many mystery, I finally reveal that the bar was actually a cafe. In the end of the Golden Week, Edward has like, I turned this place into a cafe where people can come to and have their coffees and just chill, kind of like a Starbucks. That was Edward's plot in the Golden Week, is that he wanted to have a Starbucks really badly. And by the end, he does. He gets his Starbucks. He's the only character who has a good ending in the Golden Week, for some reason. And then, but then, not to say that he has had a perfect good ending. Some years later, after he gets the cafe and he goes on, it starts to lose customers to like big brands that opens up nearby, like an actual Starbucks shows up next door and it's like, we offer coffee for more cheaply, and we have charges for your laptops and whatever. So they start to lose clients in this bar, in the cafe, and then Edward is like, well, I guess I should save the bar. I'll have to start doing some changes, like selling beer and alcohol and other such things, to broaden up the clientele. That's my thought of what would actually happen with the bar. Well, with the cafe that then turns into a bar. And then the main character of that story, which would be New Nikan Dreamers, he's just a guy, really, who frequents the bar, and because he kinda goes there oftenly, he knows the owner, Edward, a little bit, and Edward is like, so stick around and get some folks to come here. The more clientele we have, the better it'll be for business, because then we don't have to close, because we won't go bankrupt if you all start bringing more friends here. So the idea of the game was to be like, of New Nikon Dreamers was to be like, let's meet folks and bring them to the cafe, to the bar, that so it doesn't close. Our place, our favorite place in the world to rest and have fun and such, to relax. Let's save it. And how do they do it? By bringing people in, and your objective-ish was to bring people in at the same time that you would romance them. So like I said, the cafe was a character as well. In any case, this is a long-winded way of saying that because the big theme of the game would be like conversations in a cafe bar combo deal. A lot on top of writing some things for that game experience thing, I also had gone to YouTube Music Library and got a lot of royalty-free songs because I was like, I was adamant. I was like, let's start writing this thing right now. And I went looking for some music to get me in the mood, to feel like the mood of the story a little bit better, to help with the writing. And I got a lot of jazz songs. Mostly jazz, yes. So some jazz songs for... Actually, a lot of jazz songs for when you're in the cafe itself talking. Depending on the kind of conversation, there's a different jazz song that is gonna be playing. But then, as it turns out, that story was canned and never came to fruition. But even though that never happened, I had already done the homework, the legwork of fetching a lot of jazz songs. And like it or not, I don't know how big or not of a fan jazz people here are, but a lot of those songs were actually pretty good. Like, I guess that even if you're not a fan of jazz, you're still like, yeah, this song's interesting, fun, and backgroundy enough that it's like, it doesn't disrupt me if I'm not into jazz, but if I am into jazz, like, oh wow, this is my jam. Such is the magic of background music. So I gathered all of those songs for the gamey thingy, and I never got to use them. Which is a shame. But then, thus came this here new project, and once again, we are still in the Night Owl Cafe that then became Night Owl Bar, which was going to be the bar from the previous story. It's just that now the characters and the plot are different, but it's still the same cafe. So I'm like, well, might as well use those songs I was gonna use before. There's no reason not to use them. Which is good, because having those songs already helped guide me in what sort of story I was going to write. Because as I was writing the story here for We Got Another Year, I was thinking, like, who are the characters? What are the characters like? What sort of thoughts do these characters have? And yada yada yada. Like, let's do some writing, and these are some ideas I have in mind. I'm not amazing at character building. I just write them as I go. I don't think out their life stories beforehand before I start writing the character. So there were many thoughts I had. In fact, initially, the main character, Roberto, was going to be very, very different. Like, initially he was going to be just like a big old jokester who snaps jokes at everyone's and throws a lot of puns. Hence why all friends characters like Carl, Lee, and JJ, all three of them had the groan expression is because they were reacting to Rob's jokes. So that's the character. I was thinking this is Rob, this is who he is and how I'm going to write him. In fact, I even went and drew all of those images of Rob beforehand. Like, this is the character I have in mind. That's the character I'm thinking, and I illustrated all of that. But then, as I was writing, I realized that, oh no, that's not who Rob is at all. As I was writing, I was noticing, like, no, this doesn't feels like Rob to throw a joke at this moment, to be this silly as I initially thought he would be. Mostly because as I started writing, not to say that I didn't think anything like at all about these characters before I began writing, because that would be ludicrous. I did give some thought to who they are before I began. Mostly that's why I have a conflict that I can pull in, because there's a bunch of characters in this story, and I cannot say I didn't want any of those characters to feel like token characters, so to speak. People who are there just to say a line and then never to be seen again. I didn't want to have characters who were empty. Although, as it is, they sorta are. But I'll rectify that in the future. I guess this first episode was more so introductory. Is going to be more introductory, with like showing up these characters, who they are and what their relationships are. And then later on, then I can get to the hackery that is going to be like, oh no, this is my conflict, Robert. What are you gonna do about it, Roberto? Sorry, Rob. So a lot of those characters are still not properly written. I have some thoughts as to what they're gonna do, who they are, and when I began writing, I decided who are these characters and what is their biggest major conflict. I need to know that much before I start writing this. That's why I know at least in which direction to take this story with these characters, like their sub-stories, to shape their personalities a little bit better. Because I'm a horrible planner. Horrible as in I plan, but I don't plan effectively, and I plan too much. To the point where I will, if I say to myself, I won't start this project until it's fully planned, I will never start the project because I will never fully plan anything. I work better with just outlines and winging it. Just going nuts. Just picking up a few things here and there, and then just like, whoa, okay. Let's discover this journey as we go along. That's when I feel like that my writing shines the best, is when I just go. Of course, as I go, I then start to plan things. Like, oh, okay, now this would make sense to happen, and this, and this, and this, and yada, yada, yada. and I go planning things as I go along, but if I try to plan it all from the very get-go and begin, it just doesn't work for me. I can't write like that. So, as it would have it, that's what I did. I just had this outlines of these are the main problems of this character, so to speak. This is their main, like, oh no, my conflict. And I went with that. As I was writing them. So as I once again, me and my long-winded explanations before we get to the point. The point was all along. Actually, no. The sub-point of the first point, I don't even know what the point was anymore, but we're here now, so let's dig in. The big point is, for this subject, is that I did not know exactly what everyone's story was going to be, but I did decide this is the conflict that drives your person to do the things you do and to choose the things you have chosen. Because all the characters are, well, Roberto and his college friends are majoring in law school. So they're all trying to become lawyers. So, and you think like, why are these people trying to become lawyers? What's up with them to follow that particular specific path in life? So I gave that a thought, and then I began writing. And as I was writing, with the conflict, quote unquote, that I gave Roberto, I was like, wait a minute. A character that goes through these conflicts and has made these choices and exists / lives in the situation that he does right now, it doesn't make sense for me, to me at least. It doesn't feel like Roberto to be cracking jokes left and right and to do the things he does and say the things he do. It kinda would have made sense. I could have made that make sense, but I feel like there's a point at which if the character has such a strong personality as it is, to that degree, the player loses agency in a visual novel where the whole thing of it is you get to make choices that influences the characters' lines, reactions, and opportunities and such. If the character has such a strong personality, I feel like if you start then to write choices that are too contrasting, it starts to get really, really tricky. Like, oh no, Rob cannot, because Rob has this personality, this specific personality, this choice does not make that much sense. And if I throw in like two very contrasting choices, one of them makes more sense with his personality, and then that's just me kinda railroading the story, I guess. Even though it is linear as hell, I feel like it's better to not do it like that. To give the player, the reader, the opportunity to at least be like, okay, this is my decision to make and this is how I'm going to play this thing. Thusly, I felt like, oh no, Rob's personality does not make sense with those things I'm writing, or at least those things I had thought for him previously. And that is why I started to write him a little bit more grounded. But as I wrote him more grounded, like a lot of thoughts I had about who Rob is were wrong, and then I had to change my whole perspective on who Rob is, which resulted in me replanning some bits and portions of the story, because suddenly Rob is no longer this joke-cracking wise guy who is doing law for whatever reasons he was doing law to begin with, but now he's this more like down-to-earth, serious, introspective man whose main ability, so to speak, to use a more esoteric term, his main thing is Rob is incredibly empathetic. That's his thing. Which at first wasn't. At first his thing was like, oh no, Rob is super sassy, throwing jokes left and right, but then once I realized, no, this doesn't make sense for Rob, and then I had to find out a new thing for him, I realized that, wow, making Rob this powerhouse of empathy actually makes this story move along better, because he has more reason to do the things he does and interact with the characters that he do. But also makes him more of a, I don't know, I guess just like a more interesting character to write. More interesting to be like, yeah, I can see how he would have like multiple choices. Like the multiple choices that he has during conversations, how they are what they are, based on who he is. Anyway, that was a long-winded rant. When the Force says, I'm back, rising like a phoenix out of the bath, shitting your old dead skin into the drain. I am life incarnate, I am Phoenix. Well then, welcome back, Phoenix. I was going on a long, explanation of writing for visual novels. Actually, probably the whole thing, the whole argument, quote unquote, began with me trying to explain the origin of these songs, because I had thought of doing other games previously, other visual novels, but then things didn't quite go along. But I had already done some legwork, which was fetching music, and then I used all of those music that I had, because they still fit. A lot of the music I had fetched for the visual novel, I just decided to repurpose that music for this one here. And all the music I did fetch and repurpose, it also fits. Well, not only does it fit the climate, the whole thing, but it has also shaped the way I write the story. Because like I was saying, well, sorta. I was sorta saying it. This story follows Rob, who's this character with a lot of stuff going on. But Rob, as a character, is sort of very introspective, but also very empathetic, and he's like really big into talking to people. That's his thing. That's his jam, is talking to people. And he does that because he's Mr. Empathy. And but a huge portion of why the plot ended up going that way, with Rob being Mr. Talks a Lot, is because the motivations I have given him beforehand, the way I thought the character was, and then how it changed as I was writing, but also the songs that were playing as I wrote it. I kept thinking, which of these songs fits Rob more? And the songs that did fit Rob more, as they were playing, I was like, wow, this song is actually makes me think that Rob is actually more like this than that. And like I said, shaped the way I wrote him into the story. Or rather, wrote the story around him. So even though the previous project is dead and is never coming back, I don't know. It might, I don't know, but probably not. Because the old project is dead. Well, before dying, I did work for the project, got some musics, and those musics are still alive today by shaping a lot of the story and the content and whatnot. So a majority of the songs were jazz songs, and the others were like acoustic, bossa nova, like upbeat songs. And some were more like just sad, depressed jazz songs. So that's an interesting little tidbit of information, I think, for those of you who are interested in all this. One says you have good rants, and this is so interesting, hearing your insight into writing. Yeah, I'm glad you think so. Oh no, god dang it, Doug, why have you done this? You had one job, Doug, and you screwed it up. Oh well. But yeah, as I was saying, the writing of We Got Another Year was very spontaneous, which is odd. But then again, it is not 100% spontaneous. I'm not just like, oh, I have no idea what I'm doing, but let's do this. I do have plans. I have written stuff ahead of time. Well, not written stuff, but I have planned stuff ahead of time. I'm like, oh no, this is these characters' main conflicts, and that's it. That's that's how much I have. It's like, these are conflicts that these characters are going to have. Now, what else happens? I don't know. Let's find out together. But by knowing what their conflicts are ahead of time, when I'm writing the story and pretty much freeballing it, I get a good sense for if I'm straying from the path of who this character is or not, solely based on the little teeny bits of information I have about the characters. One says, it is one of the reasons why I used to love watching you draw art, since not only did you have your ramblings, you also had really interesting rants. Why, thank you. I do think it is important for any artist and or creator to be thoughtful, so to speak, to not just grow complacent, but to also try and realize, oh, this is why I'm doing what I am doing, and these are the reasons for the things that I have created and put upon this ugly world. I believe it is important for an artist to understand the art that they are making and the reasons behind it all. And I try my best to do that, or at least I would like to think that I do. But yes, not going to say that I'm the master of the medium of story writing and such, but I do heartily think that the steps I'm taking to write the story that I'm writing, I feel like they're interesting and well thought out. And I realize also that I'm not saying anything, like, not anything meaningful, just saying words. But anyway, Gator Coach is intimidating, CJ hits. He is. That's his character, really. Might not been the most, like, wow, never could have expected it. But the whole idea of this specific character here, Coach Levesque, should be intimidating. Because just as I said that I try to put some thoughts into the characters to make sure that they're not bland and their motivations make no sense, and that they they feel like characters that are alive and have thoughts, emotions, and things. Coach Levesque is the blandest character here thus far. Like, there's nothing going on with him. I don't wanna dismiss him by saying like, oh, he's a minor character, but he is pretty much like, oh no, these guys, they're just because. But no, that's actually a lie. He does have things going on with him as well. Which doubles down into the main plot point thing reason-ish that has not been revealed and will not be revealed until much later on in the story. But he does have something going on. But unlike most other characters, it's not like he doesn't have the like personal motive aspiration thing to do what he's doing, and he's not like, oh no, I'm doing this because my family needs me and yada yada yada, like some deep, well thought out reason. He's just the coach. But even as just the coach, he's not brainlessly there doing things. He has thoughts and things he's doing actually interact with other things going on that the characters will eventually learn and realize, which is a little bit of foreshadowing. Let's see if it pays off in the end, because once again, like I said, I'm not a great planner, so I don't know if this will work out in the end or not. And one says also, your art is so effing good. Your words are meaningful. Why, thank you. I'm glad you appreciate everything that I produce. One. That's nice. And J Hit says, story roadmap is a helpful tool. And he gruff, he buff, but more importantly, he smooths. Maybe he does all those things. And yeah, I did write down a whole story roadmap. But as soon as I wrote it and started thinking a little bit more about the story, the characters and such, I completely changed a lot of the story roadmap, so trust me, this is going to be a huge mess. It's not gonna be pretty, it's gonna be horrifying, but we're gonna go through this horrifying mess of a story together, so hopefully that's fun. Who knows? It might be. One says you're not a good planner, you have made comics. I feel you have to be a good planner. I don't know quite. I feel like when I say I'm not a good planner, what I mean is like I'm not good at planning, but I'm great at improvising. Which means that if the story is going away and then suddenly I decide, oh no, it's going to go this way instead, I can shift the boat that direction without making the whole thing topple over and crash into the nearby shores. I'm good enough at improvising, so if things start to change, I'm good at flowing with it. Which is why at times in these stories I'm like, oh, in these stories I'm like, oh, this has happened. What a surprise. And then I keep going on with that, and I use those things, those story plot points, I use them to further the story in whichever way it's going, even though I keep changing my mind every other second, is because, like I said, I am good at improvising, but not necessarily good at planning. Sometimes I plan some things, but even the things I have planned, I think back to them and I'm like, I'm not madly in love with this plan I made. I think these would look better. And I don't know right now, today, the December the 9th, I don't know like what's going to happen in a couple of months, what new information will be revealed to me, what new breakthrough I will make, what weird world event will make me think, huh, maybe this should happen instead, and how that will shift the story. Right now I have an idea of where I want the story to go and what I want to happen, but as the story progresses, as people react to it, as things start to shape up or down or around, I don't know, as things happen, I'll decide I like where the story is going or I don't like where the story is going, and then I'll make changes accordingly. And as I make those changes to the story, whatever changes I'll make, I'll do my best to make sure that it feels like it has been planned all along and that it works. Because like I said, I'm good at improvising. So even if it's an odd choice for the character, for the plot, for the whatever, I'll work it in such a way that I believe in my capabilities of being able to shape it in such a way that will make sense. And J-Hit says he makes great comics. They are one heck of an emotional roller coaster. That is true, they are. I love my dramas, like I said. But that is part of their nature as well, is being dramas, they sort of just happen. And that is a good thing of writing like drama stories, is that as a very nature of dramas, you have to expect the unexpected. So if at any moment, if at any point I decide, oh, this would make the story more dramatic, and then I introduce a rogue element that wasn't there until then, that rogue element is like, oh no, why would you have come and throw and put my whole story, this perfection into disarray? Oh no. That's what makes drama interesting, is the unpredictability of things happening to make the characters interact in a more like, wow, interesting way. But at the same time, because drama is unpredictable, I have a lot of leeway with coming up with whatever on the spot. So like I said, it has a lot of improvisation to do, and that's where I shine when it comes to writing stories. I'm not gonna say that I shine, but like I am able to do it. Normally, writers who are good planners are those writers who are able to make plot twists that happens many chapters down the road, like, and they are able to foreshadow certain things, put little breadcrumbs here and there, and when it gets to the big plot twist point, you're like, oh, so it was that all along, wow. And it's writers who are good planners are able to do that consistently and frequently because they are good at planning. I'm not good at doing that, therefore I don't think I'm a good planner. Anyway, Red, you say the finished stories you have done sure have the feel of being well planned and have good flow. I'm glad you think so. It's not been good properly planned, it's mostly well improvised enough, and I have experience. I've been doing comics for 8 years now, writing stories for 8 years, so I have experience to back the things I do. But I'm really glad you think so highly of my work. Thank you very much. J-Hit says the end product has always been engaging. To you, at least. I'm glad you think so. It's a completely different beast looking at the finished comic and saying, wow, this is the finished thing, but initially the thoughts I had was so radically different. Red says, time for you to go driving. Thanks for the streaming, Douglas. Thank you, Red, for being around, and I hope you have an amazing day. Have a good one. And one says, you still really love the sci-fi one you did one chapter of. I'm glad you do. Thank you. That was one that I tried planning for years. Didn't really pan out in the end, because no matter how much I tried to plan it, that was one of the stories that suffered from that, which was me trying to over-plan it to make sure that I get it perfectly. In the end, I planned and planned and planned, and the end product was still vastly different from what I had planned. So that was my lesson of sorts, to be like, well, I guess that even if I plan endlessly, it still does not guarantee it's a good product. So I guess that and I spent years like thinking how to do that story, how to tell that story, how to make it good. So the end lesson of that was that it's better to just go and do the thing than to keep trying and finagle it into perfection. Not to say that stories can't benefit from extra planning, they can, but they mostly do when you plan them, but there's a point where you have to stop planning and do the thing. And your plans will change over time, so you have also to be welcoming to that prospect of, oh no, the story that I was doing, that I was thinking of doing these things, now that those things don't work anymore, maybe I should change. Also, hello there, Triple Boy. It's been a while since we last seen you. How's it going? And yeah, it's a blue moon day, night, evening thing, place in time, because I'm doing an art stream. Who would have thought? People thought those were over and they would never happen again, but lo and behold, here it is in the flesh. It's happening. And you all get to see how horrifying this character art thing is, because you get to see all of these here characters just like toothless, or rather not toothless, but just floating heads and eyes for ages, just being like, oh no, that's what they look like without anything underneath. One says, well, the end product was really good, even though it was just one chapter. I'm glad you think so. That Interdictor is a super tricky dicky story, because it was one story that I put a lot of thought into, and eventually I made it, which is cool. But I had so many ideas for it, like, because of how expensive it is, because it was meant to be an epic story. There's a lot of characters and a lot of stuff going on. There are so many places I can take that story from. Towards rather, like, it could. My initial thoughts and ideas were of it being a whole. Spoilers for those of you who have not yet read Interdictor. My idea was for the story to be this whole, from now on, should be this big chase where Jordan and Gertrude are trying to get back home for some unknowable reason, but they are in a stolen ship with a stowaway prisoner who wasn't actually a stowaway, but they stole a prison ship without knowing. By they, I mean Gertrude and Jordan. So well, obviously there was a whole lockdown going on the space station as they were trying to leave. So now the lockdown is going to keep on going, but someone will be sent after them, because oh no, that is a dangerous criminal that they're taking. They should be stopped. So they're gonna be chased, and that chase, maybe they will make it to the home planet of Gertrude. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Who knows? And then meanwhile, in the planet itself, there's this whole brewing war. Oh, not war, but like this whole thing where the population is like, oh no, down with the emperor, blah. And then the royal family has been attacked. So how, and a lot of and the humans who were in the planet, they were like, oh no, there's an order for us to leave, blah, let's leave, and then they leave. But one thing I never really got to review in the comic itself, in the story, is that there are a lot of humans left behind. people who didn't make it to the ships in time, especially because of the civil unrest began right then and there. And a lot of civilians are like, oh no, I can't. I won't go out, otherwise those people will attack me. I'm gonna stay here. And because they stay behind, they are left behind. And they remain in the planet. And then it's sort of up to the people in the royal family to defend those humans while they're still there. Although, as you could see, they're not incredibly huge fans of the humans. Admental and well, mostly him. He wasn't a fan of. He wasn't a fan of the humans, but with his father being shot down, he will probably be the one who has to lead things for a hot minute. Him and his sister, Linen. And while Linen is like, as you can see, she doesn't have a whole lot of power in the current politics because she has been married off to some other place where she doesn't have enough political power. So it's up to her brother, Admental, to really lead things. But he's pretty anti-humans. And there are many humans left behind who are not fighters, they are not military, they are civilians. So they will have to learn how to deal with that. Especially one of the humans that is going to be left behind is Jordan's sister, Robin. I don't know. I don't recall if I revealed her name in the comic or not. Well, anyway, probably not, because there was a big plot twist that I was going to pull off with that name, so I probably just spoiled a thing. But it's not like you guys are gonna remember it when the sequel finally shows up. So who knows? Anyway. So there's all those things that can happen from there onwards, and I don't know where to take the comic from there. There's so many directions I could take things. So who knows really? Anyway, did a little bit of leaving, but I'm back. So, Triple Boy, you say, I've always kind of viewed it as a dance. Plan your big hitting moments and make up the in-betweens. Yeah. That's writing comics and stories in a nutshell. Is you plan for the big things, and the in-betweens, you just sort of write them on a feeling. Of course, that's not all there is to it. That's the very basics of writing, is I wrote it on a feeling. I wrote this and I wrote that because I felt like it. But huge portions of writing are understanding things, understanding the world, the natural world, and knowing how certain things would happen, certain characters would react, understanding tropes, and knowing like, oh, those things would happen because it's a trope of the genre that this and that would happen. So there are many small things that you don't really think about that it really helps you to understand before you go writing a big story. If you understand those things, it makes it much easier to just follow the blanks, the in-between blanks, as you're writing the story. But of course, understanding those things takes a whole lot of studying and reading slash watching slash experiencing other work. It's by exposing yourself to other work as well that you learn. That you learn more of how things could go. So while on some points you write on a feeling, you also write on experiences and knowledges that you have concerning the medium. And just like that, we're done with Coach Levesque. He has moving eyes and he has moving mouth. Bah. There you go. Now all I gotta do is save those individual files and tick this box where I say Coach has been done. All that will be left afterwards is making Jane and Matthew, and then I'll finally be done with this thing. And 1 of 4 says you forgot the ending, Civil Unrest. And also, hello there, Luifi Axolotl. Sorry, your name is tricky, to say the least. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. And one, you also say, even if you would remember, it doesn't matter that much since it's just a name. And yeah, no mention of the name, but my sister. Yeah, I thought so. And you forgot how adorable Gertrude is now that you're scanning the comic. Yeah, he would be even more adorable in color, but alas, I decided not to make the comic in color. I don't know why, but I never did. It is what it is now. So I had the thought of cutting off their legs for these sprites, because the legs, anything below the knees don't show up in the visual novel, and having extra detail just occupies more disk space. That's more things you have to download for the game that you didn't need to, so it would be good to cut them off, but it's too late now. I'm not gonna do that. You guys will have to deal with downloading a couple extra megabytes. So yeah, this is for today, guys. I'm just gonna save all those individual files of Coach Levesque, and then we're done. So these are the final several few minutes of the stream. So if there's anything you want to say that you can't hold on saying, now's the time. You won't have another. And one says, and you made adorable in how he behaves and how he is talking so very much. Yeah, that's one of those things I was saying, like character personality. When making the characters, sometimes I don't know where. I have a vague idea of the end goal, but I also don't know exactly how they're going to react and interact with other characters as they come across in the medium. So having a good understanding of who the character is helps a lot. And Gertrude is incredibly excitable and very curious. He is the kind of character who whereas most everyone else is like, oh no, aliens have invaded our planet and they want one of us to go with them on this exchange student program and blah blah blah. Whereas most characters would be like, oh no, The aliens want to get us and we'll never come back. Gertrude is the kind of character who's like, oh heck yeah, I get to be among them and I get to learn things. That sounds awesome. Sign me up. And then he just kind of goes and he has a whole lot of fun. And whenever he sees someone, he's like, whoa, who are you? What are you? What is going on with you? What kind of person you are? Why is this? Why is that? He's the kind of character who is very curious, very inquisitive, very hyperactive. And I wouldn't say he's like innocent, but he does prefer to see the world on like lighter, under a more uplifting light. It's like, oh, things sound bad, but I prefer to think it's something small and not at all bad that is going on. Like, why are all those sirens going on off in the distance? I guess they're trying to clear the street because some people need to go by because they're trying to plan a party or something. That's the kind of character he is. Whereas his brother, Edmental, is the kind of character who's very set into the old ways, and he's like, no, things have to be the way they have been because of tradition, and it's only because of tradition that things have been going on for as long as they have. Without that, everything would have collapsed. These humans coming in and trying to fiddle with things, that's wrong. We don't know anything about them, we don't know who they are, what they want. They could be horrible, and we don't know, they might be playing nice. And my father, he is suddenly enamored with these aliens that have come in. They have fooled him, but they won't fool me. And that's the kind of character Edmental is. He's very set on old ways and very untrusting of things. And when you understand the characters and when they come together between other with other different minded characters, then you get those nice conflicts that I love writing so much in comics, when characters just butt against one another and their differences makes the story pop, makes everything so much more interesting. And Triple Boy says, cool stream, I hope for more in the future. Yes, I was thinking about doing more streams maybe tomorrow or so, because I'm not done at all with art. I'm done with Coach Levesque, which is good, but this title card, I'm thinking of throwing more characters into here, because as you have seen, there's a lot of characters in this visual novel. So it would be fun to have most of the cast here, so like Roberto and Cal and Lee on his side, and also JJ, because JJ is a big important character. Also have Jane beside Matthew on the other side here, I guess. And Coach is not a big important character, so he probably won't be. He won't be in the title screen, but yeah. I didn't just want to have Rob, Matthew, and Theodore here because it kind of chew on the nose, I feel, about what this story is about. If you know nothing, if I hadn't said anything, and you just look at this title card, and you know my previous work, and you know the premise of like gay romance, you can look at this title card and already know exactly what this story is about. So I didn't want to leave it like this because I feel it's a little bit chew on the nose, so that's something I want to redo when I get the chance. Furthermore, I have to finish Matthew's sprites because there's a lot. I didn't get to show the sketches, so there's Serious Matthew, Tired Matthew, Angry Matthew, Sad Matthew, Happy Matthew, and Surprised Matthew. There's lots of Matthews here for me to draw. Same thing with Jane. We have Neutral Jane, we have Serious Jane, we have Tired Jane, Angry Jane, Sad Jane, Happy Jane. I like Happy Jane because she's so like, oh my god, look at her, she's so happy. And then Surprised Jane. I like Happy Jane. I'm gonna end the video on Happy Jane. So yeah, I need to finish those two characters, all of their expressions, that they have so goddamn many expressions, and then do some touch-ups on the title cards, and then this visual novel has, I don't recall from the top of my head, but I believe like 8 backgrounds, all of which I have to finalize because they're just sketches. Sketches as in, if you look at them and you hear me calling them sketches, you guys are gonna wanna beat the ever-living crap out of me. But they are sketches. They are just really rough sketches. They could be touched up upon and be made more better quality. But anyway, yeah, maybe I'll be doing more streams tomorrow and Friday to finish off those things that I didn't get to finish today. But there's a lot of stuff to do and I have very little time, so I'll probably try and crunch as much of it as I can. So a lot of it might not be done on the stream. One says, I want to say I like you, Douglas, and I've missed you so much. Thank you for the wonderful stream. I'm glad you do. Thank you very much, Wonderful. And also, hello, Leo. You joined us at the end. The stream is over. It has ended. And Bad Aim Raccoon says, gotta have Rob's friend at least. Yes, that much I feel is a must. Rob and his friends on the title card. And Leo says layers, Doug. Layers are good. Oh, you would think I would use layers, but I did use layers, but not in the way you think. I have used layers only for the colors, not for the characters. So all of this is one layer that I foolishly painted on top of one another. So moving those characters more to the side of one another is going to be so tricky. Well, who knows? Maybe it'll work. Anyway, thank you guys so very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed this impromptu art stream I have done. It's been forever since I have done an art stream. Years even, I think. Definitely something that's been a while. Not sure how frequently I'm gonna do this, or if I'm ever gonna do any of this again. I suppose I could sometime when I'm not as pressed for time, but if I do stream again, it's definitely not gonna be like before, when I have a whole schedule and you know exactly when I'm showing up and when I'm ending. I'll probably be a very impromptu stream. I'll show up out of nowhere and just start doing art, and then I'll be like, okay, the art time's done, bye, and then just leave. If I do stream again in the future, it's gonna be like that. So don't feel sad if you end up missing the next stream. If there is a next stream, nobody knows when it's gonna happen, not even I. So don't worry. Otherwise, those streams should be uploaded to YouTube, so if you are into watching art being done and me rambling endlessly about literally everything, you can go to my YouTube. There are links down below, both to my YouTube and to the itch.io, where you can check out a demo of the... You can check out a demo of We Got Another Year that I have. It's pretty much the whole first episode, except that none of the art is there. And there's a few grammar errors I have been notified, so you will be seeing a lot of those things fixed in the final version. But if you are so goddamn curious about the story that you just can't wait, you can go over there. Links down below to the itch.io page of this project and play. It is a marvel of science because it runs from your browser, so you don't even need to download it. That's how cool internet is nowadays. But I do recommend you download it. Quality is better if you play it directly from your computer instead from the browser. But there is also a link down below to my Twitter, where I will be posting notifications if any stream ever comes up again. There's a link to my Patreon where you can follow more closely this project and some concept stuff I posted before with previous projects, which I urge you to go and check out because they're so goddamn interesting. And it's not because I'm the one who's written it; they are interesting, and I think you guys will have a blast reading through them. There's also a link to my coffee if you just want to throw money my way because you have a surplus of money. I have nothing to do with it, and you can always support me that way as well. And lastly, there is a link to my website, douglas-king.com, where I will be posting things. What things? I don't know, but they will be there, probably. So check those out. And if none of those are enough to float your boat, do check out at least YouTube, where you can check out, you can catch up on previous streams that I did that you end up missing. Maybe art streams, so you get to see what what was missed. And also, hello there, Ben. Unfortunately, you did miss the stream. I'm really sorry. But, like I just said, you can go back on YouTube and check it out. And don't worry, Leo, I'm well acquainted with layers. I'll be using them a little bit more now that I have a better idea of what I'm doing. You did miss this, but I was saying earlier, I did this splash screen of We Got Another Year in 2 hours tops. It's from nothing, from zero to being what it is. It took me like 2 hours, so I rushed a lot. Hence why it's not fully finished. But anyway, thank you guys so very much for watching. Hopefully we will see each other again sometime in the future on stream. If not, check those things I said down below. There's tons of links. Go check them down. And other than that, hope you all have an amazing day. Goodbye, everyone.